Good morning, everybody, and welcome to round 3 of the Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship here from the Rowrah circuit here in the west of the Lake District in deepest, darkest Cumbria. It's an overcast day. I'm Phil G, alongside me, Daniel Koenig, and we're going to be bringing you all the action from round 3 of this fantastic Supermoto Championship.
If you're not already, make sure you're following us on Instagram at British Supermoto, as well as over on Facebook, where you can keep up to date with all the action for this British Championship. We've also got all the action to watch live and on demand over at TNL Sports on YouTube, and make sure you check out the website, BritishSupermotoChampionship.com.
OK, time for a quick look back with some of the highlights from round 2 with the Bathmate Best Bits. For more of the same. It's definitely been exciting so far, some unexpected race winners, and been really impressed with lots and lots of riders.
We'll now take a look at our championship standings ahead of round 3.
So our novice class then, Paul Baxter are currently maxed out on 100 points, with Jake Sayer there in second, Neil Meal in third, Jason Slater in fourth, and Keir Armstrong in fifth.
Our Clubman Championship, currently headed by Trips UK team boss Chris Walker, there with 96 points, followed by Seth Gibson, Paul Groom, Harley Sharp, and Darryl Pennington.
And our main Trips.uk British Championship so far being led by the number 33 of Jay Smith, second place David Pearce, third place Richard Sharp, fourth Jamie Duncan, and fifth Richard Blakeman.
So we will take a look at our race day schedule. So our timings for all the action that we have today here at Rowrah. So kicking things off will be our Academy Championship for their race 1 at about 20 to 12. Followed by our Group C, B, and then A riders. Then we'll have a bit of a break at 1 o'clock, and then our second block of races kicks off around 2 o'clock. Followed by another break at about 20 past 3, with the action starting again at 10 to 4, and our A group final should be heading out around 10 to 5.
OK then, so coming up now then, brought to you by Race IQ, is our circuit preview that we filmed earlier on today, and we'll have a look at a lap of this Rowrah circuit. So brought to you by Race IQ. Here we come then down the start straight. We'll take a kink left through then into this off-road section, a tight left, tight right, chicane, and then there's an inside line and then an outside line into the step up then, Danielle.
Yep, so our Bathmate step up seemed to catch a few people out yesterday. You can see there, them riders, they hit a bit of a dip as they head out. Really does unsettle the suspension. Then we've got this chicane where a lot of riders were there using all the curb yesterday.
So down to McRae's then, and we're on board with Simon Wadsworth, who rides knee down style. He's an ex-mini bike guy, so he tends to get a lot of lean angle on the bike, and you can see that in the camera as they come into Iredales. This is leading on to what is a fast back straight, then the run down to the Stewart-S's. The track just starts to come in from the left-hand side, narrowing it off, and he'll take this really awkward triple apex right-hander, sit the bike up, and then it will be the drop down the hill into St Mary's.
Yeah, this catching quite a few people out yesterday, but a lot of overtaking manoeuvres happening there on the brakes as they head into this awkward turn towards paddock, and then Simon there choosing to go quite wide and then cutting back tight as they now head towards the checkered flag for the finish line. All riders must make the off-road when they do take the flag. as well.
Right then, let's before the racing starts, let's have a quick look back at the Superpole that happened this morning. So here we are then, Superpole, and it's Richard Blakeman first out on circuit. Just completing his warm-up lap as they come round paddock corner, and he will start. He was our 5th fastest qualifier this morning, Danielle. He was a good ride around here as he flicks through our tarmac off-road section over that little kicker and up the Bathmate step.
Yeah, choosing not to use the berm, managing to make it up there without needing that as they head through the chicane, using all of that curb as they head now into McRae's hairpin. So
all the way to the outside then for Richard Blakeman. He's going to set our target time for our top 5 riders. The Fat and Fast KTM is on his day. He's capable of pulling race wins out, and if we see a little bit of moisture this afternoon, that's where my tenner's going. So Blakeman then round the Stuart S's at the far end, and then he will drop down into this St John's corner, and then St Mary's, which is this awkward little left-hander before he fires his way around paddock for the end of his Superpole lap. And obviously he will need to make his way into the off-road section. So time then for Richard Blakeman.
It's a 56.152 for Richard Blakeman, so he did make the off-road, so there should be no penalties for him there. But it'll now be Richard Sharp making his way out onto circuit for his warm-up lap.
And right on cue, there is the man in form at the moment, Richard Sharp, riding out of his skin. And he's definitely 2 race wins in our finals so far this year, and he's just warming the tyres up.
So we see him there, he's just heading round, taking it steady, eyeing up the circuit. So far we've had no rain this morning, so it is a completely dry track. We did have some overnight rain, but there's no standing water anywhere.
This is the bit of the circuit where the time will come from, down this hill. Making sure the bike doesn't get away from you at the bottom of that hill. Critical to a fast lap round here. And as we've seen, when it came to the final race of the day, Richard Sharp is the form man this season. Again, almost catching the bars there, jumps into the berm, up the step, clears that little hole on the way out as well. This really awkward chicane, and then he'll make his way down to McRae's. And like I say, this area of the circuit really, really slippy yesterday. Lots of guys having issues with the rear end breaking out as they came into there. But Sharpie, the only rider these days that really operates this slide it, back it in style, and he certainly makes a wide bike. Jamie Duncan had all sorts of fun trying to pass him yesterday, and he is, like I say, the on-form man this season so far. Nicely through there, hard on the gas then into this paddock turn again, deceptive one. Sharpie tends to take the inside line there with his turns the bike on the rear. Let's see if he's managed to put in a faster time than Richard Blakeman.
So he hasn't. He's managed a 56.152. So, apologies, a 55.426. So he is currently our fastest rider in Superpole.
Right, next out on circuit on the Trips.uk MTR KTM is the man from London, Jay Smith. He's getting himself used to that very, very well sorted ex-Lucas Holback at MTR KTM. And a rejuvenated Jay Smith this year. Just, I think, riding a little bit more within himself, not forcing the issue when maybe in the past he'd have carried on pushing and ended up putting himself on the floor. Let's see what he can do then as he starts this lap. Really easy to tuck the front in this turn, but they've made some nice modifications here. We've took the barrier out in the centre of the circuit there. Just marked with white lines so the guys know where they're going to go. Slides it into McRae's nicely, gets on the gas early.
Yep, using all of the circuit there. You can see him there clipping the apex on that hairpin as he headed now down towards the Stuart S's.
This bit of the track just comes in from the left-hand side there on the entrance to that turn. So while you're watching from pit lane or whatever, you always think that there's a chance of a pass in the inside down there, but the track naturally narrows off. You've got to make use of every inch of tarmac here at Rowrah because there's not a lot, and what there is, excellent condition, an ideal circuit for Supermoto racing, nice and tight. Let's see what Jay does across the line.
So just wait for our timing to update. So he is now the fastest rider in Superpole with a 55.349. So 0.07 quicker than Mr. Sharp.
And here we have the number 7 Contract Solutions KTM of Jamie Duncan then out on circuit. He was the second fastest in time practice a little earlier on this morning, so he will go last but one. And there he is, the new father, and enjoying his racing as much as ever, and he's a solid performer, doesn't take the berm, nice tight inside line, doesn't get the air over that Bathmate step, but it's a shorter line, and these are the differences that we're looking for, Danielle. It's tenths of a second with these guys, a very tight line into McRae's, keeps the bike in line.
Yeah, we've seen Jamie Duncan in the past maybe send that Bathmate step a little bit too far and spend too much time in the air, but he landed perfectly there and got straight on the gas.
Just a little bit of a wobble as he came out of Iredale's, but he seems to be okay. Did he just run that in a little bit deep? Again, over this crest, this is where the key to the good lap comes, and he's had a nice line through there. Just got to be careful not to clip the bars on the barriers on the inside of that turn. They're a new addition. So Duncan comes across the line then. What time's he done?
So he's gone fastest with a 154.7. So again, it's now Duncan, followed by Smith, Sharp and Blakeman. But we now have our number 1 plate holder, Chris Hodgson, out on circuit at his home track.
Man from just up the road here at Maryport originally, and this is his local circuit, but he doesn't get to ride it as often as I'd like, I'm sure, but on that TM Leeds Team UK bike, obviously he was out at round 1, came back at round 2 from injury with a plated collarbone, and had a decent day, and he'll be looking to re-establish himself in the championship this weekend. He needs to just keep taking race wins to try and close out the deficit that he's got into Iredale's. Gets on the gas nice, starting to ride his way in now on this TM 450. Very different to the bike he raced last year. Oh, got the gearing set perfectly over that brow, just about on the limiter as he gets on the brakes. I won't want to bet money that Odgie's not going to go fastest here. Across the line, I'll wait for the timing to update. Oh, suspense is killing me.
So it is not a fastest lap for Chris Hodgson. He has placed in 4th with a 56.065. Well, shockingly.
Yeah, I thought he looked really good there, wheelie from Chris. So that's your Super Pole. We will be getting racing underway later on with Jamie Duncan on pole, Jay Smith second, Richard Sharp third, and the second row will be Chris Hodgson and Richard Blakeman. So there's your top confirmation graphic. And Jamie Duncan, Jay Smith, Richard Sharp, Chris Hodgson and Richard Blakeman on your Super Pole, powered by Race IQ, brought to you by TM Leeds UK. So that was Super Pole then, and as we saw there, tracking excellent to Fettel. Supermoto Academy, then our first race action of the day, brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build. That's Jay Smith's company down there in London, who's helping to promote the next generation of riders. And we've seen some cracking racing from these youngsters as we look into our holding area. No, they're already down on the grid, raring to go. Just off on the warm-up lap, the 455 of Josh Walker there. Now, he's the son of Tripstart UK boss Chris, and although he's a novice, he was jumping the step up earlier on. I was well impressed with that. So whilst he's down there, I think, in 14th in qualifying, he's certainly got the most difficult part of the track dialed, as the guys and girls then make their way round on their sight lap.
Yep, so I've actually seen a few of these guys actually heading out in our C group as well. So we might see some of these smaller bikes actually battling it out with the 450s in the Cs a little bit later on. I saw a few of them out there in qualifying. So this smaller track, these bikes that obviously these kids can definitely have incredible corner speed. They don't have as much of a disadvantage compared to some other circuits with longer, faster straights. So we've got here our grid.
Yeah, so Blake Wilson then on pole from the 125 of Bell Wingate. She was up here a couple of weeks ago doing the mini bikes. Third then Leon Tall.
Then our second row we've got Lily Rhodes, followed by Liam Pearson and Archie Ormrod.
Row 3, Jackson Bennett, Archie Reynolds and Max Rhodes.
Row 4, Ollie Gorman, Ruby Booth, Harris Tall.
And then on row 5, Tyler Clark, Josh Walker and Oliver Mullaney.
So you'll see our grid here a little bit different to usual. It's only 3 abreast. That's just sort of due to how narrow the circuit is here at Rowrah. So the rows go a little bit further back. So I think we've got about 9 to 10 rows here for our academy riders.
So there we are then. We see the 79 Jackson Bennett there in the background, but it is the 56 of Lily Rhodes there. I'm fancying a bit of Liam Pearson round here today. I don't know why. He's been going well. He's getting to grips with that bike. Looks like he's got some bold new graphics as well. Automotive Solutions colours, away they go for the first time. And am I seeing a little bit of moisture on the camera lens? I think I am. And everybody very, very gingerly into that first turn. So I'm thinking that we've got a little bit of moisture. Can't see any on our commentary box window because we're under a massive thing, but the speed that these guys and girls are going tells me that we've got drizzle.
But it is the 36 of Leon Tall, I believe. Is that out front?
No, that is actually...
77
it's the 70,
Leon Tall.
It's Leon Tall looking like he might be on Harris's spare bike, maybe. But lots of feet out or a little bit of a rear end wiggle. So while we're watching this racing, there are lots of people in pit lane swapping tyres round. The race leaders come round at the end of the first lap, then 56 in there in second place. That is Lily Rhodes.
Oh, we've got a couple of riders down there. I think that's the 58 of Max Road there trying to start his bike, and the 79 of, I think that was Jackson Bennett there picking his bike up.
So let's make no mistake, this track in the wet, especially with just a smattering of water, is very, very slippery. If it starts to bucket down with rain, the grip level comes back, which is absolute insanity, but that's the way that it works on tarmac. The track goes from dry to being really, really slippy, and then all of a sudden, once it gets pretty much soaked with water, the grip level will come back up. But
Lily there making a look up the inside, so she's now trying to get the legs on Leon as they make their way down to the Stuart S's, and she's made that pass.
You've just got to be really gentle getting on these two strokes. The 40 of Archie Ormrod there in third. It's just the snap of these two strokes. Really, really easy. And Lily's style leans it in a lot, although she's keeping the bike very, very upright at the moment.
Yeah, we've got red flags on circuit there just due to the rain, I believe. So these riders will get re-racked. We'll give them a chance to go and sort of change their wheels, put some wets on.
Yeah, that's stopped in the interest of safety then. So lots of these guys out on circuit on slicks, and we've all been pulled back to the holding area. So we will wait and see what occurs with our race order. Obviously, we did expect that there was going to be a little bit of moisture today, and unfortunately, as soon as the gate has dropped, metaphorically speaking, as soon as the lights went out, it looks like we got some liquid sunshine, but not entirely unexpected. But in the interest of safety, then this one has been stopped, and we will await news from race control to let us know when that is going to be restarted. So they're probably going to give these guys, I would imagine, 10 minutes or so to change wheels, and then they will pull them back to the holding area, and then we'll try again with Academy Race 1. We've got a fairly, I won't say less tight schedule here at Rowrah. We don't have our support super light, so we do have a little bit more time in our schedule, which normally allows us to run slightly longer races. And yesterday I think we were having 16 laps in our A group race, which was almost dizzying.
I've got to say, 14 laps in that B group. There's absolutely no rest around here. My arms and shoulders were absolutely killing me.
it was it was good to watch yesterday, and like I said, the racing, we do have 2 days of racing here at all these meetings. Saturday is our National Championship Day, which is basically a precursor to the Full Trips UK British Championship, which takes place on the Sunday. And looking over the hills that away, it does look like it may there's a little bit of clear sky, but I use clear in the most nondescript way. There's like a white cloud rather than a grey one. So your day yesterday then, you got a bit of a bump, which we've seen on there. We saw on camera earlier on.
Yeah, so I managed to finish second in the C group race, won, and then I didn't make as much progress in the Bs as I would have liked to. I felt like I had little T-Rex arms by the end of them. My arms were killing me. And yeah, me and Clint Davies came together slightly in race 3, but it did make for a very good video. Oh,
we'll look forward to seeing that across the socials. But yeah, let's make no mistake, this is one of the most difficult tracks that we come to, and whilst Teesside is very fast and flowing, and it has its technical sections on the off-road, and Three Sisters is kind of like the place that we used to go in, and it has so many different layouts, it's never the same twice. This is the place where, like you say, there's no rest for the wicked. There isn't a single place on the circuit where you've got time to properly catch your breath. The back straight's like 3 seconds, 4 seconds long. And I've raced around here many a time, been coming here over 20 years now. And the track layout, obviously the addition of the dirt section, that's probably a sticker on the wall from British Supermoto Championships 2008. So I believe it was put in then. But that was really the biggest addition that we've had here at Rowrah. But the rest of the circuit, other than being resurfaced, it doesn't change. So the people that know their way around here, especially in the wet, really do know their way around here. And for guys that are coming here for the first time, or the academy riders, they're the ones that are going to find out the joys of Rowrah tarmac in the wet.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a bit of a learning curve for a lot of people as well. I think, like you say, you're going to see a lot of experience out there. So the riders that know where the grip is and how to find the grip on this circuit, not forgetting that it is a karting track. There is a lot of rubber down already from those karts, which if you hit that in the wet, it can be quite slippy. So the riders that know where the grip is, or are willing to find the grip, I think they're the ones that are going to do really well this afternoon.
So we'll find out who they are. I did mention to Richard Blakeman's better half that he would be my tip for the, I won't say tip for the win, but I'd be certainly expecting that he would be one that would be more happy with a little bit of moisture, because he always tends to just find those little bits of pockets of grip. Obviously, Chris Hodgson being a local, he's another rider that we can expect, but I don't think that he will have done much riding in the wet on that TM. And as a TM rider myself in the past, I will tell you that. No, I'll talk about Hodgson now. Odgie will have he will have not raced that TM much in the wet. I can't remember what we had at Three Sisters. I think obviously he didn't ride at Three Sisters. Yeah. Teesside was pretty much dry, so his wet experience on that bike will be quite limited.
Yeah, I know they use Teesside for testing sort of midweek, don't they? But I'm not sure if they have got out on them TMs. So both him and Alex, be worth seeing sort of how they cope in the wet. You can see there the clouds here over Rowrah Circuit. We are in a quarry as well, so we're quite secluded.
Yes.
It does have its own little microclimate sometimes, doesn't
it? The
word
of the day is microclimate indeed. And so, I had a nice wipe of the camera there. All of a sudden we've got less moisture on the lens, which is nice, and we're buried in the bottom of that building downstairs there, and we've got a nice cafe at the top. The Cumbria Kart Racing Club then been hosting, like I say, British Supermoto in its various guises for as long as I've been racing. So I think I first came here in 2002, and which also coincidentally enough was the first time I fell off here. Yeah, it is one of those circuits that the joy of getting a good lap round here. Well, there's some beautiful scenery. I should know what hill that is, because I've spent far too much time up here in the last 2 years, but I'm not even gonna hazard a guess. But you can see the weather then. It's a little bit brighter out that way, but be aware. Now, if you just have a look at the track there, where we've got that little chicane and the two bales across, if you can see the shine on the track there, in that chicane where the karts go, you can tell the grip level is going to change on the exit of that, so where it goes right, left, right again. It looks like that was where Jackson Bennett and Max Rhodes went down, just as they come onto that bit there, and that is the bit that is really, really slick. In the dry, you can run wide onto the curbs on the outside. In the wet, you can't do that. And everybody there's inside the trips.uk. Josh Walker there. He's, like I say, I was very surprised that he managed to get himself up the step. His dad Chris there just lurking around the side. There's Richard Sharp, young Harley Sharp as well. He's had a good day. And Paul Groom and the rest of the crew. Pete Wadsworth, he's another guy that's come off the mini bikes. Umbrellas are still up, so our marshal's given us the signal with the weather. And as you can see, that's just a little bit of the quarry over there on the left-hand side, which I can't remember how many times I've been here and not realised that there was a pond there or a lake.
Really?
Oh, you have no idea. Probably. Well, you just don't look. I'm not sightseeing when I'm going down the back straight. I'm just trying not to hit the wall at the end, which is actually a lot further away than it looks. From where you actually start braking there, there's a decent amount of runoff there, considering the speed, but it is a little bit of a cauldron. But again, it is a little bit of a microclimate. You can camp on the top here and watch the circuit from over the sides. Oh, look at this. We've got...
oh, it's Roxanne.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I'm
I think that's the Sharp's dog.
Oh, I have... oh, yes, it is, actually, yes. I'm not into identifying people's pets. There's too many of them. They
He's
all
a very
look the same.
distinguished gentleman with a bow on and
Yes.
his name badge, so...
Oh, we have the full lifestyle model of Davy Todd then, the Bathmate crew there in full effect. Although they're not in full effect, Andy Mitchell not with us this weekend through illness. And James Wood had it off yesterday and he elected not to race today. He did give it a try in the last C Group race, I think, just to see how he was feeling, and not feeling the best, so he's elected not to ride. And also Jamie Wrigglesworth, as a result of a crash at Teesside, he has also elected not to ride, although he hasn't elected not to ride. The doctors told him not to ride, and surprisingly, Jamie has heeded that warning. But again, it's not just the day that you fall off, it's the aftermath. And he's, talking to him in the paddock yesterday, he said he felt decidedly second-hand for quite a long while and still feels that he's not in good enough fettle to want to go and get out on track and put himself at risk again. So it is a fairly depleted crew there for Bathmate, although obviously the new guys in there, Brett Barlow, he had a decent day yesterday learning his way around the track. And I can't remember the name of the other new guys.
Would it be Kev?
Yes,
Crowthers?
Kev Crowthers, yeah. So talking to him yesterday, he's an old school ex-motocrosser enjoying his foray into Supermoto. And like I say, the Bathmate team very much all about getting the riders out there, getting the enthusiasm. So riders of all abilities in that team, and that's what makes it. I'm happy to be part of it. They've looked after me well enough over the years.
We could see there Robin holding up the sign just to declare that this will be a wet race. So even if the rain does get harder, it probably won't be scrapped.
Yes. And obviously, once we've declared a wet race, we will probably have wet races declared. I would imagine for most of this first group of races, that is the clever thing to do, because obviously, if it was just a shower and it was going to clear up, we would be thinking twice about it. But making everybody aware of the fact that if you go out on slicks and it buckets down, that's on you. Just gives everybody a level playing field to know that any gamble that they take with tyres is on them. And that is, there's quite a bit of elevation change in this circuit considering it's supposed to be in the bottom of a quarry and you'd expect it to be fairly flat. But the run up over the first turn, we only obviously use that on the first lap, which is just beyond where that Marshall's point is, and then that is the hairpin of Iredale's in the background. So wet tyres then in the number 86 of Ruby Booth. I seem to remember she's quite good in the rain from past experience.
Yeah.
125, that's Belle Wingate, and Josh Walker in the background. So everybody started to make their way back to the holding area. Bell, one of the more fortunate people to have a wet bike, and have a bike set up as a spare.
Got there, Max Rhodes. Good to see that he's all right after that little off that he had there with Jackson. Looks like he may have had a change of handguards. It looks like he's missing one of the plastic shields off the front. You can see a little bit of grazing on the Sarah on the side, but obviously it was only a little bit of a tumble. Absolutely ready and raring to go for the restart.
Yeah, this track is not particularly. It's not a fast circuit. It feels fast because it's very tight and twisty. But fortunately, we're not getting there. There we see. Well, cool dude with sunglasses on. And Sister Lily, then she's been really good. 19. Not quite sure who that is. And I haven't got my specs on to read my sheet. So for the second time of asking, then in the wet, we will try again with our Academy class, brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build. They will get a sight lap and give them the chance to find their way around the circuit. I'm just having a quick look out the window because I can actually do that. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do, but we've seen that everybody else is coming to the grid. There are a few spaces, but just waiting for those last couple of riders to make their way onto the grid. 197 to Rip Jennings there.
I think a few of these riders as well, it might actually be one of the first times they've properly raced in the wet. So we did have a few riders that had moved up from Bambinos this year. It's all a learning curve for them. It's a great experience, but like I say, I think this will show experience of some of the riders that do have that, to be able to find the grip on this circuit.
I think the ex-motocrossers will stand out a mile here. Oh, so we've already got one on the floor, and that is the 77
of Leon Tall.
Now that looks like he's back out on his number one bike, but he's just giving himself a bit of a flick there, and ended up.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a shock there for him. I don't think he really expected the rear to come round him. It looks like we've got someone else stopped there on that hairpin as well. That
looks like that might have been one of the RWJ bikes. So this is Rowrah in the wet. It's it's akin to a wet bathroom floor, and
I think the rider we were struggling to identify was Tyler Clark. I think we've got him down as number 6, not 18. I think that's why we're a little bit confused.
Okay.
I was just trying to wrap my brains.
Is he the son of Dean Clark, I believe? Number 6 in our C Group, B Group
Very
races?
possibly.
Because I do remember seeing him walking around with a youngster. So whether the number 77 Leon Tall can remount, I think he just got himself a bit of a shock. We've got a couple of riders then coming out. Obviously they've just taken a little bit longer to change wheels. These mini bike wheels can be a bit of a faff sometimes, and they're not really designed to, they're not designed to go in this way. These are motocross bikes, so they come with much bigger wheels. As we look at the 150 of Liam Pearson on the Automotive Solutions gas. But just a bit of a fiddle to get these wheels in and out with the bigger discs, and just everything's small. There's Jackson Bennett again. Obviously they were giving out good sunglasses when they did all of these rider photos. There's our Rod. He was a bit off colour at Teesside and wasn't his normal speed. I didn't pick up on that until the tail end of the day. But he was very much under the weather at Teesside, and he dropped off the pace quite considerably, I think, in one of the races. But hopefully he's all back to good today on that. I think it's a DCR Husqvarna. It could probably be a KTM, we know we are. And there's number 5 of Archie Reynolds on the TM Leeds 85. Like I say, this bike of Archie's, that's one that you can actually just go and buy. It comes with the wheels in and everything.
It looks like it may have been Lily Rhodes that we saw stopped on that hairpin. I've just seen Dad, Paul Rhodes, also running through.
He's doing well to run because he's out with an ankle injury at the moment. So we're just waiting then. There's Ruby. She's got a dark visor on. Has it cleared a little? Is it? It's hard to say.
There's Harris Tall, brother of Leon, who got a good start in that prior to the restart, but we did just see him have a little bit of an issue on the warm-up lap. So one of the racing and cruising riders there from Scotland. So
their home circuit, they had their Scottish Championship round, I believe, last weekend. And There's the 455 of Josh Walker on the Trips.uk 85 KTM. I do like this, the effort that's gone into getting everybody getting their bike and their kit all looking spot on. It's a credit to all of the hard work that mums and dads put in, that the bikes get a nice bit of exposure. That's the 197 Rick Jennings. So we're just waiting for the green flag at the back of the grid, and there's the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. So he's a rider that's come up from Bambinos, and also the 183 of Jackson Nuttall. So those guys will start on the back of the grid, and we will see how they go. I'll say until you've had a go. It looks like the green flag is being readied then. So Andy raised the flag. Our starter then points towards the lights, and here we go for the second time. Away they go. A case of gently Bentley around this first turn. Like I say, we saw people fall off on the warm-up lap, and there's lots of grip, and they're not riding on it. The grip down there is on the inside. That's a nice run down the inside by the number 56 of Lily Rose, so she knows where she's going. But the racing line now is the one where it's going to be really, really slippery. This corner looks completely different on camera than it does when you're riding it. I don't know why it has that different perspective level, but it always seems to be squarer on the bike than it looks on the coverage.
It looks like the rain may have stopped, so I think we'll just be dealing with a greasy track now. It looks like there's no further rain coming in. See the people in the background, no hoods up at the moment.
So 53 then at the front.
I have a feeling they've actually got the wrong number on that bike. I think that is the 8 of Blake Wilson.
Ah, right, okay, so Blake Wilson, that looks like that's a new piece of machinery to him then, because Blake was here a couple of weeks ago at British Mini Bikes, racing not only this class but also the Ovale class as well, and he was the class of the field at our second round at Teesside. I think he had a bit of a mare one day where he had a puncture, but yeah, okay, so Wilson then on that bike number 58 is actually number 6, so our electronic time updated. Okay, so Bell Wingate there in second, Liam Pearson third, and then it's Lily Rhodes, Archie Reynolds, Jackson Bennett, Ollie O'Gorman, Ruby Booth and Max Rhodes, your top 10. Like I say, everybody then just being really, really careful. Obviously, they will have now gone back and got wet tyres in, so the complete lack of grip that they had earlier on was more down to the fact that they were all on slicks rather than the amount of water on the circuit.
So we'll watch here as Lily enters our off-road section, choosing to take the inside line, so it looks like Archie Ormrod there, trying to carry the speed around the outside. He doesn't manage to clear the step up though, so that gap that Lily pulled there, just by clipping that back wheel on the top, she's managed to pull a couple of bike lengths there on Archie Ormrod.
Archie Reynolds there on the number 5. He's coming out the corner, getting on the gas. He's just holding a nice tight line to get a little bit more grip. So this is where just blowing the corner and going outside wide, the track's a lot rougher.
Archie Reynolds looking quite racy there behind Ormrod. Looked like he was trying to look down the inside but wasn't quite close enough.
There's the following rider now, Jackson Bennett at the back of this group will be going, well, I can go as fast as these guys in front of me because none of them have fallen off yet, and it really is as daft as that in the rain, in the wet. You don't want to be the guy that sets the pace. You want to let somebody else try it first.
Well, I don't think Blake Wilson's listening to that sort of advice. He's currently out in front doing a 105.3 compared to the 109 of Bell Wingate, so he's absolutely flying, pulled a massive gap.
So we'll drop in the classic spoiling it for everybody, Blake Wilson, but he's obviously got
Yeah.
He's obviously got the track dialed, and like I say, he's done a lot of laps around here. He was, like I say, he was up here for the mini bikes a couple of weeks ago. It was very similar conditions to this, except we did not get any rain. It was a horrible, dark, miserable kind of day, but the skies held, and as a result, we got a full complement of races in without any tyre changes, which was almost amazing. So Wilson does know his way around here. He's a good rider anyway, but he's got more recent track knowledge than the rest of them. As Pearson then looking a little bit racy, is he going to try and get it down the inside then? Abel Wingate. I did say earlier on that I fancied a bit of Liam Pearson this morning. I was like, I reckon this is a bit of him. And
yeah, he's going well. See him there taking a slightly wider line to see if he can try and gain that on the exit of this paddock bend as they head towards our off-road. See if either of these two riders are managing to clear that step up. We know that the 56 of Lily Rhodes, she seems to have that dialed, but again, taking the outside. Yep, all three of those.
Clipped. They just clipped, not quite clean over it, but over it enough.
Yep.
And again, this is one of those things where don't follow. If the guy on the inside in front of you goes to the inside, go to the outside, give yourself a clear run. And Max Rhodes closing in. Lily Rhodes closing in then on the back of Pearson a little bit. This is a good battle, this is. Down into the Stewart chicane, and I think the circuit is definitely drying because they're being far braver. We expect to see everybody putting in faster laps now as the circuit...
150 of Liam Pearson all over the back of Bell Wingate there as they head now towards this paddock bend. He still can't find a way past though. Bell doing everything right.
Ormrod in the background, still not able to make a move on the 56.
So it looks like we've got a slight timing issue with Archie Ormrod's transponder not working. So our live timing on the side there not showing him, but he is currently sat there in this pack. You see him sat there behind Liam Pearson.
Oh, a bit of a change of line there. Pearson down the inside. That was a great pass. That's where the grip is. Pearson found the grip down the inside. I would imagine that Ormrod, another rider with a spare bike, they've just got back into the pits, flicked over from one bike to the other and forgot to swap the transponder over. So Ormrod looking over his shoulder. So Pearson then up to second.
Yeah, I think that pass was actually just getting back past
you're
Lily
right,
Rhodes.
It was, yes. You are
she
correct.
Made that pass through the off-road section, I think, up the Bathmate step. So we'll see if she can again try that move, see if she can make it stick and not allow Pearson the comeback. So Lily at the moment is currently about a second faster than the two riders in front of her, so she's definitely got the speed. So again,
everybody queuing up. Ormrod goes around the outside. As we're only going to get up the step. Nobody gets up at this time. There's a slight back marker. Oh, change.
Yeah, I had seen Lily clear it from the inside, which is impressive on these 85s, but I think just obviously with that traffic in front of her, she wasn't confident to send it.
Yeah, they're definitely getting a bit more of a wriggle on now with the track conditions improving. Obviously, they're finding their way through our younger and slower riders, the guys that have just come up from the Bambino class. But again, that's always the case. You've got to move them up.
It looks like we have a retirement there for the 56 of Lily Rhodes. Saw her putting her hand up, so she's dropped right off. So that's a real shame. Looks like we've lost her from this battle at the sharp end.
I know that they had a machine failure at Teesside and at the test day, and Dad Paul was frantically trying to resurrect that bowl. He did a rebuild on it at the track and fresh piston and a few of the bits and bobs in it and got it all sorted out. So a technical then for Lily. So Pearson then, is he going to have something? It is difficult to do this jump from the inside on the 85.
Yeah, Pearson there just not quite clearing it, just clipping that back wheel on that top hump of our Bathmate step. It just unsettles the bike a little bit. If you go just a mile an hour quicker, it'll be so much smoother.
It is one of them things. Looks like Pearson got a box full of neutrals then, because he dropped a ton of time to the 125 of Bell Wingate. She was here at the British Mini Bike. She has a proper road racery style bike in her stable, and they were up here a couple of weeks ago running that at the British Mini Bikes. A different kettle of fish with some of the top lads and lasses in that one. So the first time out on that bike for them after it being sat in the shed awaiting an outing, but she's holding her own at the front of this one in second position, with Wilson checked out to the tune of more seconds than I can see, 15 seconds up the track, so he'll be almost down the far end with 2 laps to go.
So Pearson taking the inside.
Not quite got the gas. He needs to clutch it out there and seat bounce it, which is easy to say and even easier to get wrong.
I think if he just carried a little bit more speed around that berm, he'd have it.
Back in the day when we first had this circuit, that off-road section was all stones, and you could jump it from the inside on the gravel. It was difficult, but it was a proper all or nothing move. But finding their way back through the slower traffic. So 2 to go then, and we'll lap flag at this time for our race leader Wilson. But this is a great battle from Pearson down the inside. That's been coming. He's been all over the back, and here comes Ormrod. Ormrod's going to have a go as well. Is he going to be able to get round the outside?
Oh, he did. He squeezed his way around the outside. So, fortunately there, Belle Wingate losing 2 places. And she now needs to keep an eye on defending that position from number 5 of Archie Reynolds. So, again, Pearson taking the inside, but just not enough to clear it from the inside there.
Fortunately for him, Ormrod was just as
we had another pass
short,
there.
Yeah.
That was Reynolds making his way past the 125 of Belle Wingate. We've got a yellow flag.
There's a bike in the track just on the inside there. Not sure who that is. That's Josh Walker. So he's just tipped off, but he's up and okay. He was running in 9th place, so he was having a good ride. And like I say, he's only just really started racing this year.
Oh, it looks like Jackson Bennett has also found a way past Belle Wingate. So she's really had a tough final lap here. But there is our current race leader, Blake Wilson. Absolutely stunning ride from him. Led it from start to finish as he's now headed through into our off-road and taking the checkered flag.
He takes the checkered flag. We can get back on to our battle for second then, as they are going to be coming through any second now. And I think it's going to be Pearson that's going to hang on. It is. So Pearson then from Ormrod, from Reynolds. It's quite close going over the line.
It was the 79 of Jackson Bennett there taking 4th, with Belle Wingate having to settle for 5th.
Well, that blew the cobwebs out. That was a decent race. And in fairness to Wilson, he is the class of this field at the moment, and expecting him to not be at the front.
Yeah, we got there the 88 of Ollie O'Gorman taking the checkered. He came home in 6th.
Well, we're showing Archie Ormrod not in there at the moment, so he will drop a place. So Archie being manually added into our results. So hopefully we'll have a catch up with that. You can follow the live timing on speedhivemylaps.com, which is what generates all of our live timing. So whatever our electronic timing here at the circuit is generating is what pops up on our screen, all fully automated. But like I say, I would guess that in the Malay to swap from wet to dry, that a transponder issue has ended up not being swapped over.
But it's our Supermoto Group C riders that are currently sat in our waiting area. You can see there the 97 of Dax Alman there. That automotive solution.
Rear slick in the back.
So got a few riders with full slicks by the looks of it. The 101 of Neil Meelan. He's got definitely a front slick on there, and I think that's Andy Hayes next to him. They had slicks on.
So our next race then, British Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions, Precision Engineering. That's the company of Rab and Jamie Duncan up there in Scotland, who make some of the most exquisite stuff that you've ever seen. I am an engineering nerd, and some of the stuff that they've posted up on their YouTube channel is as good as you will see anywhere in the world. And Jamie's own brand of mountain bike stuff, pinned, doing nicely as well. And that's all made up there in that state-of-the-art factory, and it really is. Just a little bit of a clean-up then, just cleaning up the little bit of a spillage then maybe from Jackson Bennett and... not Jackson Bennett, from Josh Walker and also Leon Tor, who went down on the warm lap. I mean, obviously we didn't see him in that one. I don't think he made the start. So C Group then about to get underway.
I eagerly-eyed spotted in the background of our Holden area view that we had there. It looks like we've got Lily Rose out there on her 250. So we saw that she was a retirement from race 1 in the academy, but that will have given her time to get back and then jump aboard her KTM 250 that she's at the moment getting used to.
Did see Dad Paul this morning as I was doing my usual rounds. There is Archie Ormerod then. He's taking 3rd position. He's starting to fill out now, isn't he? He was a much smaller lad than that 12 months ago. They all grow. Oh, they grow so fast. So yeah. So there is Archie Ormerod, and 3rd. 2nd place then, the 150 of Liam Pearce. That's a good result for him on the Automotive Solutions Gas. And our race elite winner looks like he was that fast that we missed him.
Yeah.
So this C Group then, we'll find out fairly quickly what the track conditions are, because if we can get an eye on who's on slicks and who's not, that will tell us what is going on.
Yeah, so you can't quite see just with obviously the race control building there. These riders, I think we've got about 23 riders in our C Group today, and they do start just sort of petering off around the corner on Paddock Bend, which isn't ideal for a race start, but those riders starting at the back of the grid sort of have to position their bikes in a way that is favourable for them as they head up through the elevation change. So it's the 84, our newcomer of Caden Rolt. They're starting on the front row. So he's one of our Give It A Go riders, so not a name we're familiar with, Phil.
Yeah, so I've just had a quick look out the window because I can do stuff like that. And there are a few people out there with a wet front, but there's also lots and lots of people who've just gone with full slicks. So, like I say, Caden Rolt then will start from pole with Dax Holman 2nd and Neil Meelan on the 101 in 3rd.
Our row 2, we've got Luke Armitage, then the 99 of Andy Hayes, and then Jason Slater.
Row 3, Oliver Granger, Dan Spencer and Sean Jones.
Row 4, Brett Barlow, Rick Owen and Andrew Goodsell.
And row 5, Lily Rhodes, Gavin Scaife and Leon Tall. Your teammate Andy Goodsell, one of the guys out there that decided that a wet front would be the way to go. And I'm not, to be honest, with the temperatures that we've got, I don't think that's a bad idea. It's certainly a level of confidence that everybody would want. So we will see what happens, but pretty much everybody out in this one. It'll be interesting to know whether it's been declared a wet or dry race, but that's our starting grid brought to us by Race IQ. So the number 84, Caden Rolt.
Looks like he's on a very nicely prepared machine there. Not sure whose bike that was, but he's got 4 triple clamps and a set of arrow exhausts. So I'm not sure if that was potentially one of our southern riders' bikes that was for sale, possibly.
I
Just having a look.
Recall that he was an ex-road racer as a youngster, and I can't remember who told me that yesterday. But anyway, we'll see. Here's the 145 of Luke Armitage there. They rev up to go, and we're underway for our first C Group race of the day. Who's going to make the whole shot? Is it going to be Rolt, or is it going to be the 101 and Neil Meelan? He had a moment yesterday, stalled on the grid. Slater there in 3rd, 51 trips KTM of Jason Slater. A few people out of the seat. Slater gets the run on Meelan into Iredale's for the first time as the rest of them come through. That's the 164 of Sean Jones trying to make his way through on Gavin Scaife and Dan Spencer. So all the way safely, and I would suggest that the track has dried out considerably since the rain stopped, which is obviously that's what happens. But at the speed that they're going and the tyres that they're on, it looks to me like it's pretty decent conditions at the moment. There's the 619 of Brett Barlow on the Bathmate Husky.
Yep, but entering our off-road section for the first time, it's the 84 of Caden Roll. So again, taking the inside, not using the berm, but again, clearing the step up. So all those riders at the front clearing it there.
It looks nothing from this view here, but when you're stood at the bottom of it, the change in elevation is just... It looks like you're trying to jump up a mountain. And when you actually stand at the top and look back down it, you think, well, how can I not... you'd clear this in a van. But you've got to get it absolutely right. We're on Supermoto suspension. We're not on motocross suspension. The grip levels are not perfect. You've got to make it happen. So Slater then, all over the back of Caden Roll as they come across the top and drop down into St John's. Here comes Meelan down the inside of Slater. Oh!
Didn't quite make it stick. He showed him a front wheel. Meelan trying to go around the outside, but just not enough tarmac left.
He thrupply bitted his way into that corner, and Jason Slater did the thing that a man of his experience will do, which is give him enough room to not fall off, but no more than that. And he shut the door in his face. Dax Holman, then is that a 250 or a 350 Automotive Solutions husky that Holman's on? He's having a good run as well. Yeah,
doing the right thing there, taking the outside line. He didn't follow. So he tried a different line. It didn't quite pay off for him there. We can see there the 99 of Andy Hayes just in the back of the shot.
The man who runs the circuit up there at Oliver's Mount.
Meelan trying to make a move on the brakes up the inside, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, Slater's having none of that. He knows how to get his elbows out, and he's now looking like he might want to have a bit of a go at Caden Roll as they come down there. Roll looks over his shoulder now. If Slater don't throw it down the inside here, I'm never speaking to him again. Oh, unlucky Jace. Well done. That was a great pass. He shaped him up as they dropped down into St John's, and that's what he started that pass at the far end there. As soon as he got the look over the shoulder, he knew that he'd got a little bit of an opportunity, and he just dropped straight down there on the brakes. And Jason Slater then now takes the lead.
I think it'll be Meelan will be the next to try and make a move on the 84. It was Jason Slater with the fastest lap there, doing a 102.4, which is about a second and a half faster than the 84 of Caden Roll. So unfortunately it was inevitable that he was going to get past.
But let's not forget, this is Roll's first race weekend on a Supermoto bike, so he's acquitting himself pretty well. But there's a lot to learn, and these boys have all done a lot of laps around here. As here comes Meelan down the inside then on the 101, recently upgraded his machinery as well, so he's been performing at a better level. Andy Hayes then in the background, then he's trying to get his way past the 97 Automotive Solutions. Looks like a husky of Almond. And again, he's another youngster. But that smaller bike, capacity-wise, may not be too much of a disadvantage around this tight Cumbria kart circuit.
No, absolutely not. So there's no super fast straights. So compared to, say, Teesside and Three Sisters, where we do have longer straights, there's none of those. Dax properly sending it there and landing halfway through into the straight after the step up then.
But that shows the advantage of going that high, wide and handsome line. Luke Armitage then also, he's closing in on the back of this one.
Meelan trying to find a way around the outside of Slater and cutting back.
Bit of a wheelie then from the 101. So Slater will know that he's got Meelan for company now. And just to show that those guys obviously just capable of running lap times, they've already started to drop off the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So if these guys have got any sense, then they will just hold station and make their way up to the B Group for race 2. But as we've seen before in British Supermoto Championship, anything can happen, and it only takes a small mistake from one rider, and all of a sudden you've got two of them on the floor. Meelan following. Slater just lifts the bike off there with virtually no run up. His motocross background then just picks the bike up and almost carries it over there.
See Meelan there using the curb on the exit of that chicane.
So Ullman then not able to find a way past.
No, he's really trying for that inside line, but can't quite find a way past the 84 of Route.
So we're starting to see shadows on the circuit at the moment off these guys, so that indicates that we may actually got a little bit of sun. Our race leader's already down the far end, and it's still Slater that leads. But this is the battle now for third, as Andy Hayes makes a nice pass, but doesn't make it stick.
No.
Allman didn't give him any room there at all, did he?
And that's giving Luke Armitage the opportunity to try and get involved in all this action. So the 145 of Armitage on board that KTM. We saw some good racing from him last year.
Yep, he new to the sport last year and come back for a second go.
Yep, he's not able to find a way past the 99 of Andy Hayes, though, is he? He's struggling. He's trying to take all the different lines, he's doing everything right, but it looks like it may be Rowrah just holding this little pack up ever so slightly. So Rowrah currently doing a 103.2 with Dax's fastest being a 102.5. So Dax there trying to find a way up the inside. Has he got him?
Oh, it's difficult into this corner, but track just narrows off, but Allman makes the pass. So Andy Hayes the next rider along, and I expect him to fire down the inside, and he does. Andy a decent road racer and off-roader in general, so missed gear there. Armitage ends up on the grass, but he'll find his way through. So Rowrah then, we're waving, he's got a bit of a problem.
Yeah, looks like the rear was moving there as well for Rowrah, so maybe possibly got a bike issue there. Not quite sure what tyres he was out on. If it's a wet, it might have just be overheating.
It could possibly be a rear tyre that's going off, so one thing he will have learned today is that wet tyres on a drying Rowrah track do not last very long. So Hayes then, that battle then just starting to peter out. We can go back to our battle at the front between Slater and Meelan. There's only 0.4 between them as they crossed the line last time. And right on cue, there they are as they make their way down through St John's and into what is called Sunny Corner, and there is a little bit of shadow, so it's living up to its name. But I think both of these two now just keeping their powder dry on this drying circuit, not to make too many mistakes.
Yep, so only 3 laps to go. I'm sure Jason will be willing that last lap flag to be held out for him.
He's had a few injuries, shoulder injuries and arm injuries and stuff, which means that he does start to tire at the end of the race. It's not due to lack of fitness, but just body woes really. And so he'll be happy to hang on to this one with 3 to go, as I think we already alluded to earlier on in the rain break, that this is such a track that there's nowhere to have any kind of rest. That back straight is a few seconds long at best.
Meelan's definitely keeping him honest, so he's there trying to show a wheel up the inside, but again not quite close enough, but enough to keep the pressure on. He's come back up. He's gone up the inside.
Slate's had a look over at him there, and alright, so maybe Meelan wants the win, but obviously this will mean that he will start in front of Slater in the B final, should they both get there and not end up on the floor. Dax Allman then, he's in the background, but he's not going to catch these guys with 2 to go.
He is our fastest rider on track though, so Dax currently doing a 1 minute dead 0.4, whereas these two battling away at the front are doing 101s.
So maybe if he could have bridged the gap and got past a little bit earlier, he might have had something to say. Have we lost Meelan? No, he's just made a bit of a mistake there. So Slater's got 4 or 5 bike lengths more room on the exit or on the entrance, and Meelan managed to sweep round and cut back up onto the inside.
Now if Slater can get a run down here, he might be able to show a wheel up the inside, but he doesn't look close enough.
No, I
think he'll be settling for second.
He's not going to risk anything. First or second in this C group race puts you onto the back of the Bs, and they'll have 2 decent races in the B group for the rest of the day. Just missed the cut, which is unfortunate. But checkered flag then for the 101 of Neil Meelan, and second place the Trips.UK KTM of Jason Slater. It will be Dax Allman on the Automotive Solutions. I'll say it's a Husky, but you'll probably tell me it's a KTM. He'll come home in a decent third. He will start our second race later on this afternoon from pole position.
There was our pole sitter for this race, Caden Rowrah. He came home in 6th. Behind him, Oliver Granger and Rick Owen.
So,
and it looked like Dan Spencer there managed to make the pass on the 619 of Brett Barlow on that last lap.
So decent race then. Some action at the front, some action in the mid-pack, and the track is drying out, which means that we're going to get hopefully some more predictable action in our following races. As much as I like to see a wet race every now and again, when the track conditions are changeable, it really does make life difficult knowing what tyres to be on.
So we will just now wait for our B group riders, who should be in the holding area now. But there is our results for our Supermoto C Race 1. It was the 101 of Neil Meelan taking the win, and Jason Slater, both of those moving up to our B group Race 2.
And then Almond from Andy Hayes with Luke Armitage and Caden Rolt 6. Ollie Granger, then he was the next rider along. He was on the back of Caden Rolt. Ollie Granger, not somebody that I'm familiar with. Danielle, was he somebody?
I think he had a little bit of an off yesterday. I saw him looking pretty winded at the side of our Bathmates step up yesterday. So good to see him back out. I think he's one of our newer riders to the championship.
So good to see him. Then it's Rick Owen, Sean Jones, Dan Spencer, Brett Barlow, Gavin Scaife, Andy Goodsall, John Oakes, Lewis Cowper and Lily Rhodes.
So there is our Group B riders now heading out onto the track, and you can see there, that looks like Blake Wilson has qualified for the Bs on board his KTM 85. So British Supermoto Group B, sponsored by Race IQ. You can see there the Race IQ liveried bike ridden by Peter Wadsworth making his way down onto the track.
Just a bit of action there, the rider taking his helmet off. He's the 14 of Gavin Scaife. He's been out in that race. He's loaning his bike to his teammate.
That'd be Darryl Pennington. I did see
Darryl Pennington,
yeah,
indeed.
I saw his bike in several pieces yesterday evening. I think they were having an oil pump issue with that one.
Indeed, that was what he told me yesterday as well. So, not had a chance to have a look out the window, but I think that it's fairly safe to say that with what we saw in our C Group race and the skies at the moment being less leaden than they were, that we will see everybody out on slicks. Here is our podium then for our first C Group race. A win for Neil Meelan, number 101. Second place then the 51 of Jason Slater. And a good third place and a pole position start in race 2 this afternoon for the 97 of Dax Almond. Yeah, this track's looking like it's fully dry now. Also, Darryl Pennington did say to me in a rather not annoyed way, but he was just like, yeah, you know, he's stepped up. It's a team thing. Everybody helps everybody out. But annoyingly, he says I'm faster on this than I am on my own bike, which is always. I mean, it's a decent spec of bike that Gavin Scaife is on, but when you spent a lot of time and effort getting your bike how you want it, and you jump on somebody else's and go faster, it does make you question your own sanity. And I have had that happen on a couple of occasions, but more often than not, people jump on my stuff and go faster than they went on their own, which is always nice. And then they go, well, how come you can't be quicker on it? And then it's not so nice. So the flip side of that is they get on it and go faster than you when they weren't faster than you on your own kit.
So we've got a Bathmate rider there of Kyle Eccleston taking pole for this B Race 1, and then it's followed by our 2 Trips UK riders, Harley Sharp and Paul Groom there.
The 24 of Paul Baxter, and that number 14 is actually the 666 of Darryl Pennington, as we were talking about early on. So here we go then. Bit of a pop then from Harley Sharp. Groomy on the outside. Kyle Eccleston's done well to take the whole shot from there, but he gets a little bit excited on the brakes. Is he going to run wide? No, he's not. We've got on board then in the picture-in-picture from the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth, but safely through turn 1 then.
Baxter trying to find a way up the inside of the 138 of Paul Groom, but it looks like all these riders safely through on lap 1 as they head down to the tail end of the Rowrah circuit. It's still, it looks like Baxter found a way past the 138 of Groom.
So yellow flags. It looks like it started raining. Riders putting their hand up, so it was declared a dry race. It started to rain.
Yeah, Groom the only rider that seems to be putting his hand up at the moment. We'll see what the grip levels are like as they continue this race 1.
If it's just a lambing shower, as they say in that Lincolnshire, they'll let this run, because we've got
That's
Scott Wright.
Scott Wright.
Returning to racing after 15 years. I raced against him when he was a boy.
I think that's his second off of the morning, unfortunately. So he's definitely christened that KTM that he's built.
He's enjoying being out there. So yeah, we can see that there was a little bit of rain. There was a bit of... but just because it starts raining doesn't mean to say that we're going to stop it. We just need to keep an eye on circuit conditions. I had a race in Germany a few years ago where they make the decision of what the race is going to be and they don't stop it at all. And we literally, the lights went green, we went under the start banner on a perfectly dry track, and by the time we got to the first turn it was completely wet. And we had to do 12 minutes plus 2 on slicks. We're not as daft as that here, but it looks like whatever little bit of moisture did fall from the sky is not impeding the riders too much. Groomy then...
See that on board with the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth, and taking the outside line, taking quite a high line there. Bit of a pothole there before they hit the step up, but he's managing to clear it there on board his Trips UK KTM.
He's a little bit offline, which is where you want to be if the track's a little bit damp. And say the Trips UK rider, part of our Tech Native TNL Sports organisation here, moved on to the big bikes for the first time this season, and he's having a good run. He's a decent rider. He's had some good showings. This B group is very, very competitive front to back, but it is the 255 of Kyle Eccleston on the Bathmate KTM that currently leads them out. And Kyle is the kind of guy, he's always there or thereabouts. He starts these B group races from pole more often than he would care to, and for some reason he always I'll say always, but every now and again he just ends up getting caught up in somebody else's problem and ends up not missing the cut and having to fight his way through from the back for the rest of the day.
Well, at the moment it's the 817 of Harley Sharp that's currently our fastest rider on track, so he's keeping the pressure on the 255 of Kyle Eccleston. You can see him there trying to show him a wheel on the exit of that hairpin.
And here he comes, Harley down the inside. Oh, that was a brave move. It's easy to say, if you could just let the brakes off you could have had that, but the turn is much sharper when you're on that inside line, and you can't blow through the corner because you're using all of the track on the wider line. You blow through that corner, you're over the curb on the grass in the chip bark and the recticel barriers before you know it. So that will have put hopefully a lit of fire under Kyle Eccleston. Baxter then, he's a new rider this year and he's decent.
Groom has managed to close that gap back up as well there, so he was putting in the fastest lap prior to Harley putting the hammer down, so he's now all over the back of the 24 of Paul Baxter.
Baxter then, again, new to the sport and showing himself to be quite a decent rider, and he's our current championship leader.
Yep, Harley there making away at the inside. Kyle had a quick look over, knew he was there, and there was nothing he could do about it.
I think that possibly, without casting aspersions on either of those guys, Harley weighs as much as an empty cigarette paper, and Kyle Eccleston is a proper bloke, and I think that had a lot to do with Harley getting good drive out of that, out of Iredale's, and just doing Eccleston for straight line speed. Nothing that Kyle could have done about that.
Yeah, Harley there taking the same line that we saw.
Oh, a bit of a mistake
Richard
there
Sharp.
from Eccleston. Oh, Baxter's going through. He got off balance there as he took off, didn't he, Danielle? And he was nearly on the grass.
Yeah, just saying, Harley Sharp there taking a very similar line to the 217 of Richard Sharp that we saw in our Superpole, using jumping into that inside berm.
So him and Dad did some laps together in qualifying, and obviously not enough to get Harley to make the cut, which he has done a few times this year already by justifiably starting in the A group. And again, another rider that's come through our academy system. Was I wouldn't say he was an uninterested rider, but he rode when he wanted to on an 85 and kind of took it and left it, and then he just got to a point where he was like, yeah, I'm going to have another go. Got on the 250 and he's not looked back since then, and he's just gapping a little bit at the front of this one, certainly enough to not have to worry about having anybody throwing it down the inside anytime soon. just under a second lead as they went across the line last time.
It's looking like a lonely fifth place ride for the 311 of Jake Sayer on board his Honda. And then the pack breaks up a little bit again to the 515 of Luke Helm, who's currently sitting in sixth. Another one of those riders that are quite new to the sport.
Now, thinking about it, he might be the guy with the road race background. I knew there was two of them yesterday, and I didn't get around to talk to either of them in the pits because it was just one of those days. So I think Luke Helm is the guy that's come from the road racing background. And again, another rider that's new to the sport. And he was decent yesterday, knee down style, and put a decent lap time together. So not for the first time this weekend, Paul Groom is just staring at the back of Kyle Eccleston. They had two races like this yesterday, which
our split screen there showing the 10 of, I believe that was Paul Reynolds. He's currently sat in 7th with the 666 of Darrell Pennington aboard that borrowed bike.
So Groomy then trying everything he can, but like I say, it does look like, well, throw it down the inside. There's just not the room here. I can tell you from bitter experience that people running out of talent on the brakes here is a regular occurrence, and once you've made the commitment to go down the inside, unless you're properly alongside and the guy knows you're coming, you're just riding into a gap that disappears. Oh, Eccleston feet off the footrests.
Yeah,
properly lost it there, didn't he?
Yeah, mistake there for Eccleston. Groom not able to capitalise on it though, wasn't able to find a way through as, oh, he's just made a pass as they head into the off-road, so great pass there from the 138 of Paul Groom.
So that mistake then cocked the number 255 over a little bit coming out that corner, and then all of a sudden the next three turns he's got offline, and that's allowed Paul Groom to jump past. Baxter's all over the back of Harley Sharp.
Yeah, the battle at the front. Paul Baxter now with the fastest lap of a 57.6. So track conditions definitely improving from this morning. We can see there looking very racy. That knee down style as they head down the hill towards St John's.
So Baxter will have the advantage of following and being able to see what Harley Sharp's doing with regards to the grip level, as we mentioned earlier. It's always better to let the other bloke lead, but there's going to be a point where Baxter's going to want to try and make the pass with 5 to go, or is he just going to take the second place that's on offer?
No, I don't think he is. I think he is pushing, so he was trying different lines there, so taking the inside without using the berm. See if he can find a way past up the inside as they head through these consecutive hairpins.
Well, Eccleston's been dropped off the back, then Groom there on his own in the background, but this is the battle at the front. This is where the interest is. And young Harley Sharp then on the Trips.UK Husky. And again,
Baxter going a little bit wide there as he headed into the Stuart S's. See a couple of bike lengths have opened up there, not able to get close enough to make a move up the inside here this time round.
Yeah, the pass down there into St John's is always started on the exit of the Stuart S's. There's Dad Richard on the right hand side there with team boss Chris Walker looking on. So they will be, if it stays as it is, then father and son will be on the grid together for our second A group race later on this afternoon. We've still got the first one to get in the books yet. But these boys then starting to check out. They've dropped Groomy by a good 3 or 4 seconds now. Look over the shoulder from Sharp. Baxter still not quite close enough. But he's got, it's a nicely prepped bike that. And he's obviously riding it well, although again just missed the apex on the way in, got the rear end sliding. So there's no chance of a pass down the hill. He blew 2 or 3 bike lengths as a result of that.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to have to try and keep it together at that tail end of the circuit if he wants to have a chance of making a pass in these closing laps of race 1.
So 2 to go this time by. Baxter is all over. He's quick around this paddock bit and then obviously into this off-road. You'd like to see that. Would he have a go round the outside there? I think it's just a little bit too far. Harley's too quick round that inside line for him to make any kind of inroads into it.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Yeah, Groomy's settled at in 3rd position, and he's going to have to make do with starting from pole.
our split screen there showing the onboard from the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth. He is in that battle with the 666 of Darrell Pennington and Paul Rhodes through our off-road section.
That's unfortunately not lasted very long.
Yeah, you can see there the 10 of Paul Rhodes there trying to hold off Darrell Pennington.
So last lap flag this time by them for our race leader, the 817 of Harley Sharp, with Baxter in close attendance.
Yeah,
it's just allowing him to get over that step. They're just riding that berm, he just gets over it so much neater.
Baxter not close enough up the inside. Looks like we also have a yellow flag, so we've got a rider down.
We've got a bit of moisture falling again. I can't see anybody off the side of the track. Oh, here we go down the back straight. Baxter's having a run. No, it's Noah Guillory that was cruising.
Baxter's made his way through on the 817 of Harley Sharp, and looks like he's pulled a couple of gaps. So on this last lap, it was a last lap dive to the inside. Both these riders will now be moving up to our A race 2.
So a good win then for Baxter. He's happy with that. Harley Sharp just maybe take his finger off the trigger a little bit on that final lap. But or maybe he just made a mistake or missed a gear, because Baxter was all over him very, very quickly. Here's the battle between Paul Reynolds and Darrell Pennington coming to the line. And Simon Wadsworth in there on the back of them. That's a good ride for Wadsworth.
Yeah, great ride for Wadsworth. I feel like his mini bike background paying dividends on this tight and twisty circuit here at Rowrah.
Well, you can see the inside line there with the step on it, the inside berm. That was a cracking race.
Yeah, unlucky there for Harley Sharp there, making a mistake on the last lap. But like I said, both riders moving up to the A race, so that's where they'll want to be for the remainder of today.
Big Grit Race brought to you by Race IQ, and a decent one it was too. Like I say, we just had a little bit of a sprinkle of rain before the end of the first lap, and then it seemed like it's dried out pretty much perfectly. So there is our results then. A win for the number 24 of Paul Baxter on the KTM. Second, the 817 Trips Husqvarna of Harley Sharp. Third, the 138 Trips KTM of Paul Groom. And fourth, the 255 Bathmate KTM of Carl Eccleston.
Then in fifth, we had the 311 of Jake Sayer, followed by Luke Helm. And then we saw that battle to the line with the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, Darrell Pennington and Simon Wadsworth. Then we've got the Scotsman of Duncan Wright, followed by Ollie Sims and Blaine Pearson.
And 13th then Dave Spafford, 14th Oliver Ross, 15th Pete Wadsworth, and 16th then Blake Wilson on the 85.
Yep, great ride there from Blake Wilson to make the Bs from qualifying on board that KTM 85. But next up is our British Supermoto A race, sponsored by Trips.uk.
Yes, your motorhome rental people in the up there in Yorkshire, and they are big sponsors of this series. If you want a camper for the weekend, they are the people in that area to get sorted out with. Got some nice units on stock there. Team boss Chris Walker just coming down the ramp. So we see Jamie Duncan there, Richard Blakeman, the 100 of Alex Mullaney, and the number 1 of our 18-time champion Chris Hodgson. Blakeman then Fat and Fast Racing. Like I said, I expected him to be there or thereabouts today with changeable conditions. The 42 of Oliver Holmes. The other man from north of the border then, the 110 of Chris Eastwood. He had a big off last year and broke an arm, and it took him a while to get back on the on the winning ways, but certainly get back up to speed. 55 of Jack Nation there. He was our under 21 champion last year. 58 then Craig Forshaw made the A group again. He's suddenly got the knack of making the A group. He struggled quite a bit last year, and a little bit like Carl Eccleston, just seemed to get mugged off for whatever reason and not make the cut first time round, and then spend the rest of the day struggling. But our warm-up lap then, it is Chris Hodgson that leads them away.
Just thinking back to Superpole. Just thinking about our grid. Thought Chris was in 4th.
I did as well. Well, let's just see what it brings up.
Yeah.
As we look at our picture-in-picture then, it is the win then for the 24 of Paul Baxter, 2nd place Harley Sharp, and 3rd place the 138 of Paul Groom. Yeah, we were having some delay in our live timing, I will say that, so let's have a look. So it is Odgie on pole.
Yeah, you did say you looked fast on that Superpole lap.
There you go. The old man gets it right again. Well, for once. No, but I did think he looked quick, and I was surprised that that time did not come up. So it is Hodgson from Jamie Duncan and Jay Smith.
Row 2, we've got the Trips UK rider of Richard Sharp, Richard Blakeman, then Alex Mullaney.
Row 3, Oliver Holmes, Lee Williams, and a great qualifying from the number 188 with Seth Gibson on the XJ Smith Honda.
And then on row 4, we have Chris Eastwood, Peter Bennett, and Dean Hillier.
And then row 5, Jack Nation, Craig Forshaw, and Chris Walker. Right then, so this is one we come to see. I mean, all the races are good, but this is the one that carries the trophy. This is the one that will crown us a British champion at the end of the year. There's Jack Nation, son of former factory Norton Road racer Trevor, as we wait for the lights to change, and away they go. Who's going to take the lead? It looks like Duncan's got the drop. It's very difficult to get the drop from pole here. Oh, around the outside from Hodgie, but shown the edge of the track then by Jamie Duncan. Jay Smith in there in 2nd. Hodgie's going to make himself wide on the inside. Washes Jay out. Looks like Sharpie there in 4th. Everybody's safely through.
Yeah, but it was a great start for the Scotsman, number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Again, showing the number 1 all of the track there through that hairpin. But he's all over the back of him in this opening lap of our A Race 1. Good start there for the 110 of Chris Eastwood as well. Looking like he's made his way up to just in front of Seth Gibson there.
So into the off-road for the first time, it is the number 7 Contract Solutions KTM of Jamie Duncan. Everybody holding a tight line. You can see these guys getting the full send up the top here. Everybody safely through. So racing here yesterday, Jamie Duncan got his head down in the first one, and it would be fair to say that he didn't have the number 1 Chris Hodgson for company. And Hodgie down the inside as they come down the back straight, and Hodgie just lights up that TM Leeds 450 TM and motors past the KTM. I don't think Duncan did a lot wrong there, but Chris just got the drive out that hairpin. They came out of Iredale's, and there was nothing that the Scotsman could do, so Hodgson hits the front.
Yep, so it's Hodgson from Duncan. We can see there we've got some of our academy riders. That looks like Archie Ormrod there, watching how these fast lads do it, seeing if they can take some tips.
So is Duncan going to be able to run with Chris Hodgson, or is he going to be under fire from the number 33 Trips.UK bike of Jay Smith? They've already started to pull a little bit of daylight on the number 217 of Richard Sharp, with Blakeman in there on the 54 Fat and Fast KTM in 5th. Still tight. The riding styles tell me that the track is dry as a dry thing. Alex Mullaney there in 6th.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a gap behind to the 54 of Richard Blakeman, so about a second between them. So these 5 riders sort of pulled a little bit of a gap there.
So as I was saying earlier on, Hodgie's not had much experience on this TM in the wet, and he's not had that much experience in the dry, to be fair, because he was a crasher on qualifying day of round 1 and took no part in that event at all. So every time he's out on track, he's learning something new, and he is just starting to stretch away at the front. Richard Sharp is closing in on his teammate Jay Smith, although obviously Smith on KTM and Sharp on the Husky.
Hodgson just put in a fastest lap, so doing a 54.6, which in comparison to Jamie's 55.2 is almost a second. So you can see that gap starting to open up now between our 2 front riders.
That's only a hair off what he did for his Superpole lap, so the conditions then have to be marked down as pretty good if we're already down to Superpole pace, because it was definitely dry when we did that this morning. So Jay then looking for a way past Jamie Duncan. And as I said before, a bit of a change in the demeanour of the man from down south. Not forcing the issue, taking what he's got and racking up the points, which is why he's at the top of the standings. Sharpie just not able to run with these two guys. He's only a few bike lengths away, but you've got to be right on top of people. And Blakeman, he's still there, going to make a nuisance of himself if there's any mistakes. Look over the shoulder from Duncan. Is Jay going to be able to get down the inside? So the track just kinks a little bit on that back straight into the Stuart S's, and it takes away the opportunity of about a bike width to fire down the inside. But Smith now putting on all of the pressure as they make their way round to Paddock Bend with 10 to go.
Yep, so I believe these riders are doing 14 laps today for this A Race 1, so got 9 to go as they head into the off-road. That gap now between Hodgson and Duncan opened up to the tune of 2 seconds now.
So Chris showing us why he is the champion that he is on his home circuit, just riding away from these guys. We are on a good pace, and as a result, these guys are having to stretch it out. I know that Jamie Duncan, he's not a rider who likes to ride backwards. He always likes to try and make a lap time. And if somebody comes by, they come by. Here comes Jay down the inside, not quite close enough. He was about a bike length away from being able to make a move down there. But you can't blow that corner because it's very off camber, and as soon as you miss the apex, you find yourself in the kitty litter on the outside there very, very quickly. Ask me how I know. But yeah, but it is one of the few places where you can step your game up and have a go. But it is very high risk. You've got to throw it down the inside and be clearly past, otherwise you're taking the other guy with you, and that never goes down well. A look over the shoulder then from the Scotsman. Say new dad and his young baby. Was a boy or a girl?
It's a boy. He's called Ozzy.
Oh, so you're up on these things.
So I'm sure they'll be sat watching at home, keeping an eye on what's happening.
Oh, here he is. He's going to have a look down the inside this time. Not quite. Still trying again, and Blakeman all over the back of Richard Sharp. So, like I say, Richard Sharp, he's been the four-man for me this year. He's taken 2 A-final wins.
54 of Blakeman there, trying to find a way around the outside. But we've got a battle there for 11th. That is the 155 of Chris Walker and the 108 of Dean Hillier. I think he's still a little bit bruised and battered from round 2 at Teesside.
He had an off yesterday. I think also Dean Hillier was assisted to the floor, or a little bit of a moment for Jay. Took the floor took the front mid corner there, and was lucky not to end up on the floor.
So that's brought him back into the view of 217 of Richard Sharp, but I don't think he's close enough to be able to capitalise on that mistake.
You do feel that, if you just keep his wheels in line, he'd just be able to go a bit quicker. But he's won twice so far. He's had 3 race wins this year, and as a result, he's been the man on form. I will say is we are missing the number 4 of David Pearce, who would normally be in this battle. He had a crash yesterday, and he's away off home to the Isle of Man with an arm injury, unfortunately. So he was a rider that was at the sharp end of this championship as well, but as we've seen, it doesn't take much of a mistake. And
could see there the number 1 of Chris Hodgson just backing it in. So he's got about a straight's length advantage on this pack of riders. So our top 5. And it looks like Jamie Duncan extending that gap now from the 33 of Jay Smith. Pulling a bit of a gap, but I feel like it'd be hard pressed to make up the 3.2 seconds to the number 1 of Chris Hodgson on board that TM Leeds UK TM 450 machine. Well,
this is where I would say the Jay Smith of old would be like, right, I've got to catch Jamie, but he's just going to ride his pace. He's going to try and keep Richard and the Richards of Blakeman and Sharp behind him. And if he finds his way back onto the back of the number 7, this is where we saw him make the mistake on the previous lap. He had he looks like he's a bit of head shaking there, so he's obviously got maybe a gear change, quick shifter issue. Is Sharpie going to have a run down the inside? And he's okay this time by. But the hard acceleration out the corners, if the quick shifter doesn't work, and what the quick shifter allows you to do is doesn't make you change gear quicker as such, but what it means is you don't have to back the throttle off. It will take flat out gear changes with just a very, very short cut in the ignition to allow it to change. And obviously if it doesn't change gear, all of a sudden your acceleration is knocked on the head, and the guys behind you have gained half a bike length. So as a result, it's stacking up now, this battle for third, fourth and fifth. Looks like Jay was okay this time.
A slight mistake there for Sharp. Not able to get the drive we would have wanted to be able to pull alongside the 33 of Jay Smith as they head down towards the tail end of the circuit.
It's really tight then. This is a battle, but it is Rowrah. There's no easy passes to be made here, and if anybody knows how to force a pass, it's Richard Blakeman and Richard Sharp. But Sharpie not close enough to his teammate to make a lunge, and Blakeman not the kind of rider that's going to want to risk putting people on the floor after 13 laps or so of been right on the back mudguard of the guy in front. If you see even half a chance, you've got to have a bit of a go. Rider in 60s, Alex Mullaney. He's been struggling a little bit, but found a problem with that bike. He had a problem with tyre keep going down. They tested the wheel a number of times apparently, and they couldn't find any issue with it. But finally yesterday, they swapped the wheel out and sorted it out. So he's kind of a little bit of a way behind everybody else on that bike. You saw him have a tip off at Teesside at the tail end of one of the races as a result of that issue. So he's just building confidence on that one now.
Little battle in our split screen there between two riders north of the border there. We had the 110 of Eastwood and the 42 of Holmes. So
they're almost on the grass there on the inside, aren't they? They're using all of the track.
Yeah.
No, Daddy, I've paid for it. I've paid to use it all. I'm going to use it all.
Holmes there trying to tag on to the back of that Honda aboard with Eastwood as they head into our off-road section.
Just a couple of laps to go this one, and Chris Hodgson then returning to winning ways, and he will be well happy that he's managed to, I won't say right the ship, because of no fault of his own, an injury, and he's been just riding himself back into fitness. But that's what it's going to take for him to get back to the top of this championship. His race wins and letting the other guys scrap it out amongst themselves. Don't forget we've got a joker as well, where riders can choose to take double points. I would be very surprised if Chris Hodgson is not doing that here this weekend, although we have not been told that is the case. So here we come then for the final time, and this time it's Sharpie that looks like he's got a bit of a problem accelerating out of McRae's. Jay has probably got as much of a lead over his teammate as he's had up the whole race. Blakeman then just sat there in fifth, but here he is then, 18-time champion Chris Hodgson on the TM Leeds 450 TM takes, winning race one. We got closed down by Jamie Duncan at the end, but I think that was more race management by our race leader than Duncan getting a wriggle on at the end. Fastest lap then was a 54.4 from Hodgson. Fastest lap from Duncan was a 54.8. So all of our top guys in the 54s. And that shows that track conditions then pretty good. And as a result of that, the racing nice and close and fair. We watch the last few riders coming across the line then. it's going to be, it looks like it is going to be Chris Walker. 10th place for Chris Walker, that's really good. Last time we saw him was picking himself up out of the tie wall at Teesside. So Chris Walker then, the Trips.UK boss, he's nabbing himself a top 10. Good battle for 8th and 9th with Chris Eastwood and Ollie Holmes. Did we lose somebody on the final lap there? Here's our results then of our British Supermoto A. Race 1, it was a win then for the TM Leeds 450 TM rider of Chris Hodgson from the Contract Solutions KTM of Jamie Duncan. Trips.UK KTM of Jay Smith in 3rd, and the Trips.UK Husqvarna with 217 Richard Sharp in 4th. Then it's the Team Fat and Fast number 54 KTM of Richard Blakeman, and then Chris Hodgson's teammate Alex Mullaney, he came home in 6th on the second of the TM Leeds bikes. Then 94 Lee Williams on his KTM from High Tech Coatings. Chris Eastwood then on the Racing and Cruising Honda, and the 42 Fat and Fast of Oliver Holmes in 9th, and 10th place 155 Chris Walker on the Trips.UK KTM. And then the Goon Squad rider and track builder Dean Hillier in 11th, Seth Gibson there in 12th, Jack Nation 13th, Craig Forshaw 14th, and 15th place Peter Bennett. So that is our first block of races. Daniel down there in pit lane.
Get sorted. We'll grab a chat with our Trips UK rider of Jay Smith.
It's kind of like a low down loop as well. It's not ready. It's why you got bobs. TM. What? TM. Everyone needs a TM. Go see.
So, grab a quick word. Finished in 3rd on that one.
Yeah. I don't feel comfortable today. I keep wanting to change stuff. I'm told I can't change nothing.
Who's telling you you're not allowed to change anything today?
I don't want to go too far, you know, there's fine tweaks. The bike's very sensitive. So maybe a little bit on the geometry just to help me cut back and get the power down quicker. But apart from that, yeah, yesterday was quite a difficult day. Had a big crash yesterday. Sort of like winded myself a little bit, but no, 3rd, I'm happy with that. Boys are fast at the front. I just need to do, it's either in there or on there. Probably in there, to be honest.
Well, you managed to fend off the 217 of Richard Sharp, and also he was then putting the pressure on with Richard Blakeman. So good to come home in 3rd. So yeah.
Just points, fitness feels good. You know, get out the front, stay out of trouble. Such a difficult track to do any passing. But yeah, I just want to stay out of trouble today, get some points. Thank you.
I feel like that's a good plan.
Yeah.
So we will grab a quick chat with the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. So 2nd, didn't quite have it to be able to catch up to Chris. I think the gap over the line was about 3 seconds.
Yeah, I'm still happy with 2nd though. All I really need to do is maintain a gap behind Jay and Sharpie in that for the championship. So chasing Chris isn't going to really do me any good. But it's his home track as well, so he's fast as anything around here.
Well, we'll be heading up to your home track next, so we'll see if you can do the same up there in Crail. Any changes you're going to make before race 2?
New tyres, that's it. Same old bike, just new tyres.
So no changes there. And then Chris Hodgson, a race win at your home track there. Yeah. Pretty steady away at the front, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, both the lads are complaining that, you know, they need a TM, so they know to go to TM Leeds, go shopping there, get your TMs, and yeah, but it was, you know, it's not an easy little track to race around this, because it's such a short lap and there's so many laps. You know, getting your board signals. I got a good gap, but then it was just so easy just to switch off and lose concentration, and you know, just a battle in my own mind just to keep going and keep trying to put fast laps in.
So it's good to see that we all know that Rowrah is one of these really tough tracks for fitness as well, because there's absolutely no rest. So coming back from injury, it's good to see your fitness levels are still there.
Yeah, I mean, something I can't really complain about after the last round anymore. So yeah, that's just a get on with it kind of thing. But yeah, like you say, it is a tough little circuit and it is quite physical. Maybe it doesn't look it, but there's just so many deep braking zones coming down from 70, 80 mile an hour, about a mile an hour, so it takes it out of you.
So it's like the TM Leeds TM450's done a good job. We might see a few more in the paddock next year.
I mean, a bit of luck, that's the aim. Get the bike out there, get the brand noticed, and hopefully a few people will get on them.
Well, good luck for race 2.
Thank you.
So I think we're going to take a short break now, and then we'll kick off all the action again with our Academy race 2.
Right, so thank you very much, Danielle. That was our top 3 then in race 1 here this weekend. We will be having a break now, as you can see, at 1 o'clock, and then we will be back around 2 with our Academy race 2 and C group, B group, A group, and then another break around 3:20, and then we'll bring you the final group of races from round 3 here at Rowrah, our Tripstock British UK Supermoto Championship. So we look forward to seeing you around 2 for resumption of our programme. Just couldn't let you know, coming up on TNL Sports, we've got the Kimbolton Kart Festival on the 9th of June. So some good karting action there. Next round of the British Supermoto Championship coming up on the 23rd of June from Crail there in Scotland. So if any of you north of the border want to come and see some good racing, Crail is one of the best facilities in the country, with a decent off-road and a really nice bit of tarmac. And also we've got on the 30th of June the next round of the Road to MotoGP. That's British Minish Bikes down there at Pembrey on the 30th of June, and that will be live from 10:30. So we will look forward to joining you a little bit later on this afternoon around 2 o'clock for the second group of races here at the second round of the Tripstock UK British Supermoto Championship here at Rowrah. Welcome back then to our second group of races here at the third round of the British Supermoto Championship here at Rowrah, brought to you by trips.uk. It's we're still in a it's not raining situation. I'm Phil G alongside me Daniel Koenig, and we're going to bring you both groups of races that are still left to run here. We've had a good afternoon so far.
Yep, and if you're not already, make sure you're following us on Instagram at British Supermoto, as well as on Facebook for the British Supermoto Championship, to keep up to date with all the action going forward. And if you're not already, make sure you're following and subscribing to us at TNL Sports on YouTube, where you can watch all the racing live and on demand.
So we're out on circuit. There are a few spots on the camera. Supermoto Academy, brought to you by FF Solutions Limited, design and build. Is Jay Smith, our elite class rider. That's his company. So it'll be interesting to see whether this has been declared a wet or a dry race. Didn't see that the board up there telling us one way or the other.
Well, on my walk down here, it was starting to spit. It was only meant to rain, but it does look like on our camera you can see it there, just starting to settle slightly. I'm assuming most of these riders will still be on slick tyres.
That would be my guess as well. With the legend at the top there, 13 degrees with a chance of showers. So the pole there is 53 on the bike, but I believe that is the recently purchased or blagged or borrowed machine of Blake Wilson. And then second, then the 150 Automotive Solutions gas of Blaine Pearson.
Oh, that's Liam.
Oh, yeah, Liam. Damn, yes. Oh, we always get them mixed up. I just spoke to Blaine literally as I walked down to the pits and had a chat with him. And yes, you're right there. So young Liam, he's there in second, and then Archie Ormrod in third, and the rest of the grid. We've got Ollie O'Gorman there on the 06, Ruby Booth on the 86. Bit of tyre warming going on there, so we're waiting for a green flag as the last of the riders comes around on the warm-up lap. We did see somebody slide off, I think. So are we going to see what we saw yesterday, earlier on, where we had a couple of people go down and we ended up having the race red flagged? I'm not 100% sure that I can't hear rain falling in my ears. So we'll see how we go on.
And they're away. It looks like we've got one having a little wobble at the back, but I think that's Oliver Mulaney, but he's away.
Yeah, definitely spots on the camera, so we'll see how it goes. But again, mental rain then. Mental rain is rain that you can see, but doesn't actually make any difference to the alteration to the grip level. You just think it's wetter than it is. All right up the inside then of Wilson. Well, Wilson lights the rear up, so it is definitely slippy.
Oh, it looks like he's fallen there quite hard.
Yeah,
but he's up.
Stung himself a bit. And even at these low speeds, hitting the tarmac is to be avoided. Yeah, there's a lot of glistening moisture there. So this is going to be in the hands of race direction. But it is Ormrod that leads then. If this is only just a smattering, if it's literally just a few drops, it will dry up very, very quickly. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Like I say, we can't see on our window what is occurring because we've got a big overhang from the cafe.
But we've got our race leader of Archie Ormrod making his way into the off-road, choosing to use that outside line. Most riders there looking like they're doing that as they make their way up the step up.
So Ormrod it is that leads.
So we've got Archie Ormrod there heading way around. We've seen a few people bin it just there, but making his way around smoothly. Pearson will be looking to see if he can make a move up the inside here at the end as he gets on the gas. He's not quite close enough to the 40 of Archie Ormrod as they head down this back straight.
So we'll have a fresh winner in this one because our first race victor, Blake Wilson, deposited himself on the tarmac in turn 3 of lap 1. I would hazard say that looking at the speed that they're going, it's not bad at the minute. So we'll see how it goes.
So Blake Wilson has slotted back in around 14th, so we'll see sort of how much progress he's making on these opening laps, see whether he may make a charge back to this front group. But as it stands, it's still Ormrod there as he takes the outside line, followed by the 150 of Liam Pearson and the number 5 of Archie Reynolds.
Reynolds then just getting over that step. I've had a quick chat with Chris Walker in the lunch break. He finished 10th in our A group race, and he's had Josh out there. Faller. That is Pearson.
That was Pearson.
He didn't do a lot wrong there. He just got caught out on the. Looked like he lost it before he got to the curb. So he's crashed out a second. That will put Archie Reynolds up. So these guys need to be getting off the racing line and moving over to where the grip is.
At the moment, lap time wise, we're still quite off the pace from this morning's race. Ormrod currently doing a 1:13, so these riders were doing around a 1:09.
So we're only 4 seconds a lap off. That tells me that it's not that wet, which is easy for me to say sat in a nice dry commentary box. But the lap time tells you everything, and usually we're looking anywhere 5 to 10 seconds a lap. Once we get more than 5 seconds a lap off the pace, we'll suddenly be at 10 seconds a lap off the pace, and it will drop. The lap times will drop quite quickly.
We've got there Reynolds. He's really sort of pushing Ormrod there. He's Ormrod again taking the outside line. Quite tricky for these riders to be able to clear the step up from the inside. Just a bit of gel on the gas, and especially in these slicker conditions.
So I'm wondering whether young Pearson just got a little bit hard on the throttle coming out onto that straight, and see Ormrod just running a little bit wide. He'll run down the right hand side here. If he's no, he's not. He's running up the left. So he really wants to be on the other side of the track here and tipping in. It seems a bit counterintuitive to make the corner sharper, but you spend more time on the centre of the tyre. You're not leaned over while you're trying to brake, and as a result, the bike has less chance to slide out. But Archie Reynolds then chasing down Ormrod for the lead. Wilson's still showing in 11th last time across the line, so that's going to scupper his attempt. And the fact that they're getting on the gas quite hard there, Danielle.
Yeah.
I think that
got a lot less raindrops on that camera as well now.
The clerk of the course then obviously they've got a decision to make. Do they think the rain is dangerous? But there is a point at which, certainly where we are, well, not just here but anywhere in the country, you've just got to give it a chance to blow itself out or make sure or rain properly. And as it stands at the moment, because if we came back to the pits at the minute, probably half the grid would still go back out on slicks. So where did Pearson? He's down there in 12th, so he's had a bit of a drop.
Our fastest rider on track at the moment is our race 1 winner, Blake Wilson. So he's currently doing a 1:11.5, which is actually only about 0.3 quicker than Ormrod, but he's currently sat in 11th position. So I think he'll just be starting to pick people off through the pack to try and get a better grid position for race 2.
As I said in the earlier commentary, these were right in the worst of the conditions this morning, and it really is like trying to stand up on a wet bathroom floor on this circuit at Rowrah. Nothing at all to do with the circuit itself, just this place is used week in, week out. It's primarily a kart racing venue, and the karts with their big wide tyres and twin engines leave a lot of rubber on the circuit, they leave a lot of oil, and as soon as you get a little bit of moisture on it, it starts to go very, very slippy very quickly. Oh, nearly goes the wrong side of the slower rider there, and that's allowed Reynolds to catch right up. A good battle in the lower window there. Does that look like Lily Rhodes in there, Danielle?
Yeah, I think that's also Ruby Booth. So I think that's the battle for 7th between Lily and Ruby.
Look over the shoulder then from Ormrod on the DCR KTM. I think it is a KTM, it's not a White Husky. Again, just hugging the inside there, making sure they're not getting too hard on the power. As I said before, the karts just lose so much stuff ground into the circuit. They have got brushes and it does get swept. But if it buckets down with rain, it just tends to get washed clean, and the grip level does go a lot, just come back quite a lot. But it's this difficult, damp phase of the track that is going to catch them out. But Ormrod then not afraid to get on the gas, and also not afraid to get himself on the white lines. Nobody in there in the crowd as we our pit lane camp No umbrellas up, so that's always a good sign.
So looking at timing, Ormrod still leading, doing a 111.0. But Blake Wilson now down to a 109.7, back in 9th. So he's made up 2 positions in 1 lap there.
So obviously...
He's back up to 5th. So we'll have to keep an eye out in the back of shot to see where he can make it up to. So he should be just behind the 125 of Bell Wingate.
So he just showed him coming up the step up there, and he was absolutely a man on a mission. So Wilson, as we said before, he was here with the British Mini Bike Championship doing double duty in 2 classes a couple of weekends ago. So Ormrod is only doing what he needs to do to hold Reynolds at bay, and that is good, sound racing. Jackson Bennett is showing as 3rd at the moment, with Bell Wingate in 4th. And Wilson showing as 5th, but we'll just try and keep our eye what's going on in the back of shot, and if Wilson is on a wriggle, then we'll know. Looks like Reynolds then got the wrong side of the back marker coming into the off-road, and that will give Ormrod a real nice... Now, he wasn't making a good job of that this morning, and all of a sudden he's...
yeah, he looks a lot smoother.
He looks a lot smoother through there. He was just not happy. So there's Wilson in the dirt, and he fires up the inside of Bell Wingate through the berm.
Yeah, great move there, managing to clear the step up from the inside, using that inside berm. So that will bring him up to 4th, with a couple of seconds gap back to the 79 of Jackson Bennett. You can see there in the back of shot. So they're all now on the same straight, so keep an eye out. So there is Jackson,
and
then
Jackson.
followed by Blake Wilson.
So Wilson then, a good recovery ride. I think he's only going to get as high as 3rd. But with the lap times that he's doing, he's way quicker than everybody else.
Yeah, but that mistake on the opening lap definitely made hard work for himself in this race too.
But obviously his knee-down style, it means he's if anything like that does happen, especially on these cold, if the tyres are cold, you never catch them. 1 minute you're up, the next minute you're down, and that's what he did. And he gave himself a bit of a knock, but he picked it back up, and he's made a good recovery ride back to 4th and closing in on 3rd. So that may keep him in the running for the overall victory in this class. There is our leader. And Archie Reynolds is not giving this up. He will see the speed that Ormrod is doing and think, well, I think I can go faster than that. It's whether he can make a pass when he gets there. On these little bikes, there's a little bit more room because on the track, the TM leads mounted. Reynolds then on this over-the-shelf, off-the-shelf race bike has closed right back in on Ormrod as they go across the line with 2 to go. But Ormrod has been making a better job of the Bathmate step, so is that going to win him a little bit of time? Just a little bit of a catch there for Reynolds. As I said earlier on, it looks a lot further from down there on the ground than it does from our camera angle looking down on top of it.
Looking at our timing screen, it also looks like Blake Wilson has made it up to 3rd and found a way past the 79 of Jackson Bennett. But that gap is about 9 seconds to these front lads. So
here we go then, Reynolds down the inside. Is he going to have a big poke? No, he's not. He got on the throttle good and hard. Is he going to go down the outside of him here? Go on, Archie, give him a go. So you can say Archie because they're both Archies, can't you? No favourites in this one. We just want to see the guy in second get to the front so we can then cheer from the guy in second to get back to the front. That's how it works. Good racing is all we want to see. And these guys are certainly giving us that in what, again, this is the most difficult conditions that we've seen today.
So the last lap flag is out. So Ormrod there will be now riding as defensively as possible, trying to make himself as wide as possible so that the number 5 of Reynolds can't get by. Cleared the step up lovely there. He didn't hit that hump at the top. Got straight on the power.
Made a much better job of it that time, didn't he?
Yeah.
And so is it going to give him what he needs to get on the back of the number 40, championship leader Archie Ormrod. This was where he made the move, or tried to make the move last time. Ormrod has a look over his shoulder. See, Reynolds is coming down that. Is that Wilson in the background?
That is Blake Wilson. So he's now down to a 104.6. So he has made up a hell of a amount of ground in these closing laps. This is going to get really close.
So this is our 3 riders in shot. First one is a lapper, then it's first and second, and the rider in red appearing in stage. There we go. That is our 3rd place man, Wilson. He's just going to run out of laps. He's right there. Oh, if ever a race needed to be a lap longer. Oh, that was a great recovery ride from Wilson. But credit to Ormrod, he did just what he needed to do. He led and he won. Reynolds kept him under pressure for the whole of the race, and Wilson came from a long way back to steal 3rd. He's still waiting for Bennett to come across the line. Jackson Bennett does cross the line in 4th.
Yeah. So Blake Wilson there managing a 103.3, which definitely shows that the track conditions were again improving throughout that race. So looks like that small shower we were having has stopped. But he had the fastest lap with Ormrod there doing a 108. So managing to close that gap up in that final lap was very impressive.
5 seconds. That's pretty good. But again, it's just about understanding where the grip levels are. And unfortunately for Archie Ormrod, the only thing he's got to do is not fall off. And so I can attest from experience that you always think it's going great and there's loads of grip until there isn't, and I'm sure you've had those moments as well.
Yeah.
So Ormrod then just doing enough to hold Archie Reynolds at bay, though Reynolds did have a couple of looks. It was not enough, and so Ormrod will take that victory. And there are your results. First then, the number 40 DCR KTM of Archie Ormrod. Second, the TM Leeds UK TM85 of Archie Reynolds. Third, I think that's it, Gas or KTM that Blake Wilson is on. And the number 79 Husky of Jackson Bennett.
Then 5th we had Bella Wingate, Leon Tall, followed by Lily Rhodes and Ollie Gorman. Then we had Ruby Booth, Max Rhodes, Tyler Clark, Harris Tall, and it looks like we had then Josh Walker, Cole Reynolds and Rip Jennings. And rounding out that group was Oliver Mullaney.
So race 2 then for our Supermoto Academy, brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build, is in the books, and we will go now to our next event, which is our British Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions, Precision Engineers, and there'll be a lot of nervous people in that holding area, I wouldn't doubt.
Looking in the background there, you can see Dad Paul Rhodes swapping bikes over for Lily, so she's jumping straight back out onto that 250, so she's riding back-to-back races, which on a track this physical is very impressive.
In the box there, that's got Steve Ormrod then just lifting the bike on there for Archie Reynolds. But a win then for Archie Ormrod. Second place, Archie Reynolds. And third then, Blake Wilson. But that was a cracking race. Looking forward to the last one of these. But I can't say that with the speed that Wilson had in that one. I think that barring disasters, he is going to be looking like he's going to check out. So it should be Dax Ullman starting on pole in this one. We've had a few... I'll find out what went on in SUPERPOLE, by the way. Our timing picked up the outlap for the graphic.
Ah.
You live and learn. So we were kind of right, but that explains the reason why. So obviously all of this stuff auto-generated. There's a lot of the... couple of the tracks that we go to where you don't cross the line twice. You come out after the start line and get a warm-up lap before you go to the grid. Your
See there, my teammate.
Your teammate, yeah, Andy Goodsall.
Yeah, so he'll be starting this one in, I think, 11th. So mid-pack in the C's there.
So it should be Dax Almond, Andy Hayes and Luke Armitage on the front row.
There's the 671 of Steve Smith on that nicely prepared Husqvarna in the Goon Squad team.
Looks like Leon Tall just coming there next to him. He's also doing double duty.
And there's the 16 of Tommy Sayer. And then there's that 56 of Lily Rhodes there on her 250. So again, back-to-back races for Lily there. And Leon.
Yeah, she's 56A. Luke Hutchinson not with us this weekend. I think he's... there we go. The 8. As we wait for the lights to swap, and Lily Rhodes then. The difference between Steve Smith and Lily Rhodes shows you everything you need to know about this grid.
Oh, great start there for the 145 of Luke Armitage.
Now, he's an ex-motocrosser, is Luke, so I'd expect him to...
But he's been had into that first quarter.
He hasn't he? It's Dax Ullman then converting his pole position. Andy Hayes there in second. And Caden Rolt there in third. It's like everybody getting themselves safely through. So Armitage looks like he'd done the hard yards there. But again, he's the first man on the brakes because he doesn't know how fast to go. And everybody else has just mugged him off a little bit. The rest of the field stream through then on this first lap of race 2. British Supermoto Group C brought to you by Contract Solutions. There's the 619 of Brett Barlow, another new rider, finding his way around this Rowrah circuit for the first time. And he's one that's difficult to learn.
Dax taking the inside line towards the Bathmate step. All those top 4, I think, went straight up the inside.
You can see the hole there on the landing. So what you see the X there, that's so people know where the hole is on the other side. But it's quite a thin bit of tarmac that is on the top of that, and over the years it's taken a beating. And no doubt, obviously, I think we've added quite a lot of tarmac down there in that off-road section over the last couple of seasons, so it's ever improving. So Andy Hayes then on the 99, he's there in second. But Ullman then converting this pole position. He had good speed in that last one, and he kind of got dragged away with the top 2 of Meelan and Slater, who went up to the B group. Have we got a couple more spots on the camera there? I believe they might be just a holdover from what we had earlier on.
Yeah, I think all these guys now will be out on full slicks, unless they've maybe put a wet front in just to be on the cautious side. But I can't see any advantage to having a wet front in, to be honest. There's definitely no standing water on the circuit at the moment.
No. So Rolt then just in there in third position on that number 84, and he's going to need to find his way past Andy Hayes as we look back down the order. So there's Armitage, and it looks like Rick Owen, the next rider through. In fact, it's not, it's Oliver Granger. So on the 185, there always seems to be a rider that is either new to me or changes graphics or does something, and it seems that Granger is that rider this weekend.
Dax Almond putting in a 1:01 as the fastest lap so far in these opening laps of our C Group Race 2. But it's this battle for second place, as we've got the 84 of Caden Rolt. I'm wondering if he has a bit more of a motocross background, watching the way he's standing up through the off-road. Yeah,
he's definitely a motocross background, and it was the other guy who was up in the B's. The 505 or 515, it was the road racer guy. So he's definitely riding like I would expect an ex-motocrosser to ride. But it does take a long time to get your head round the level of grip that slick tyres give you on dry tarmac, and even more time to get your head round how much they give you on wet tarmac. So Andy Hayes is a seasoned campaigner, and Rolt will do well to find a way past him. As we look in that window, who's that on the...
That's Leon Tall and Lewis Cowper, I believe. So Cowper there going for the inside line, sending Tall nice and wide. Tall there, obviously disadvantage with the CCs, but those kids can carry so much corner speed.
A bit of a cross up there from Caden Rolt, so he's putting on the style, but he needs to get his finger out just a little bit to be able to haul in Andy Hayes and take that qualified position Top two go up to the B group for the final race of the day. We've got a yellow flag out in Iredales, whether that's for a fallen rider or just down for surface adhesion. There's none out anywhere else on the circuit. Not seeing anybody dropping down the order. Or lunge down the inside, but not enough.
So there we've got the 714 of Andy Goodsell looking to try to take a move up the inside. And then in the back of shot there, we've also got the 56A of Lily Rhodes putting the pressure on the 16 of Tommy Sayer.
It is a big leap from an 85 onto a 250F. And although she's getting taller every week, that bike's still just about the biggest thing that she'd be able to ride. Same size as a full-size 450, just with a little bit of lowering on it. Speaking to Dad Paul, said they'd done some work just to try and get her to feel a little bit more comfortable. The fact that we've not got dirt off-road here is also an advantage, because I think they tried riding it at the first round at Three Sisters, and that was a proper struggle, the rutty and wet conditions that we had there. So she's doing pretty well. But Dax Almond then, on the Automotive Solutions, did we find out whether it was a Husky or a KTM?
I believe it's a Husky.
Yep. So he's off the front now by approaching 4 seconds. So he just needs to bring it home with just a few laps to go.
Got the 236 there of Dan Spencer. Doesn't look like he's having as good a day as he did yesterday. So I know he was about mid-pack in the Bs yesterday. So it looks like he's struggling a bit today. He's currently sat in 11th.
Yeah, he can blow hot and cold. Dan, some days what I call a daisy rider. Some days he does, some days he doesn't. But on the days when he's on it, he gets that Yamaha up to the front of this group and gets it well up into the Bs. And but today, in these changeable track conditions, not able to pull that. Obviously, not had a great. If he didn't have a great qualifying this morning, it puts you automatically on the back foot. He's always been a rider that's been able to come through the pack, but really difficult to do on this Rowrah circuit. So looking like Armitage is still there or thereabouts. As we look at Andy Hayes, there's Armitage. In the background.
Yeah, Dax, who is our current race leader, down to a 1 minute 0.7. And the gap back to Andy Hayes in second is currently 4.6 seconds. So definitely plenty of breathing room for him. You can see him there. He was just making his way around the hairpin as Andy made it onto the straight.
Luke Armitage showing his motocross pedigree over the Bathmate step there. He just cleared it by miles and almost flat landed it. But again, you just got to make the transition of understanding how fast you can get on the gas in these changeable conditions. A little bit of a bobble there for Caden Rolt. Just looked like he just maybe touched the white line. They're already starting to get into traffic. Our race leader already starting to lap into the lower end. We've got far enough into this one for it to be called a race. So whatever happens now, it will be a result with 3 to go. So Armitage making light work of that, or a little bit of
Yep, I think that is the 58 of Max Rhodes out there on his RWJ Husqvarna. So again, another one of our Academy riders doing back-to-back races today.
And obviously these guys and girls are a lot younger than most of the people in this race, and a fair bit smaller to boot. But this is all experience for them, as we've said, banged on about many times in the broadcast. This is where Alex Mullaney started on an 85 and worked his way up through our academy class into the C group, and he's now a contender for race wins in our main elite group. So you only get this track experience by putting yourself out there and having a go and doing double duty. Obviously it's double the track time for one lot of travelling expense, and track time is hard to come by. So just not able to get anywhere near putting a move on the 99 of Andy Hayes. I say he slipped me one the other day by changing all the graphics and his helmet and everything in the middle of the meeting, because I definitely saw him in practice with the Skittles graphics on there, but they're now consigned to the back of the van somewhere. They've got a nice new set of bodywork and graphics on that bike. But got used to seeing him in different colours.
So our race leader Dax Almond will be coming round shortly to take the last lap flag. So we'll see if we can see him there in the back of shot. Again, that gap now opened up to 5.9 seconds.
Yeah, he'll just be bringing this one home now, not wanting to take any risks. There's Leon Tall, making a nice job of that. Now he's the guy. He went down on the warm-up lap in the academy race. Give himself a bit of a slap on the legs, I think. Rolt's not giving up on this one. Fair play to him. You can see that he's learning. I do like seeing new riders coming into the sport and finding their feet.
Yeah. Luke Armitage dropped off there a little bit, but Rolt has stayed with the 99 of Andy Hayes for the entirety of this race and has definitely kept him honest.
A bit further down the order then. Andy Goodsall, your teammate there, he's inside the top 10, just in front of Dan Spencer. He's nestled there in 9th. Our race leader then just coming over the line now to take victory. So Dax Almond on the Automotive Solutions. Husqvarna takes race victory. Andy Hayes will take second. Nice wheelie from Andy. And then Rolt will take third. And he and Luke Armitage will start from the front row of race 3 a little later on this afternoon. Oliver Granger should be the next rider across the line in 5th.
Yep, there he is. And then that looked like Sean Jones. And we'll keep an eye out for this next little group. So we've got Brett Barlow, Gavin Scaife, and then Andrew Goodsall.
I did not see Barlow's teammate out in that one. Kev Crowthers, for whatever reason, whether he tipped off in the earlier race or did he make it into the Bs? I don't think he did he? Well,
I haven't seen him at all today.
No. He possibly decided that the weather was not going to be a bit of him. We had a couple of people do that. Looked at the weather forecast and decided that they would take an early bath. So that is then our second C Group race of the day, brought to you by Contract Solutions, and again passed without too much incident. A win then for the 97 Automotive Solutions Husqvarna of Dax Almond, second the number 99 of Andy Hayes, third 84 Caden Roll, and fourth 145 Luke Armitage.
In 5th we have the 186 of Ollie Granger, followed by the 164 of Sean Jones, then the 619 of Brett Barlow, and the 14 of Gavin Scaife. And
then 9th, your teammate in Andy Goodsall, with Lily Rhodes in 10th, Dan Spencer 11th, Tommy Sayer 12th, 71 of Lewis Cowper in 13th, John Oakes 14th, Leon Tall 15th, and Steve Smith in 16th. I can hear what sounds like...
I think I can hear the rain too.
Liquid sunshine on the cameras. But next up then, brought to you by Race IQ, it is British Supermoto B. We will have to wait and see what the declaration of this race is. As we look in the middle of the shot there, we will see Gavin Scaife then removing his transponder and swapping over for teammate Darryl Pennington. Yeah, we've got we have the waterproof covers on all the cameras out there, so all of them. We've got 3, our excellent camera crew. There is number 97 of Dax Almond there on the podium. Looks like the other two have scurried off back to wherever.
Didn't want to get their hair wet, surely.
Did not want to get their hair wet. So again, it may only be a little bit of mental rain, but mark our words that if conditions do worsen, our clerk of the course will pull this one back and give these guys a chance to change their wheels and tyres. Usually 10 minutes. So one of the things with Supermoto, obviously, we need to change from wets to slicks. So there's our starting grid then. On the front row, the Tripstock UK KTM of Paul Groom, from the Bathmate KTM of Carl Eccleston, and the 311 Honda of Jake Sayer.
On row 2, we've got the newcomer 515 of Luke Helm, followed by the Automotive Solutions team of Paul Reynolds, and then the 666 of Darryl Pennington on that borrowed bike.
Row 3 then, impressive Simon Wadsworth. He's, like I say, come off the mini bikes, and he's now on a Trips UK KTM, but not really what you call massively experienced on the big bike, so he's there on row 3 with Duncan Wright and Ollie Sims.
And then row 4, we've got Blaine Pearson, Dave Spafford and Oliver Ross.
And then on the row 5, we've got Peter Wadsworth, Blake Wilson and Chris Lambourne. So they are just looking like they're being bought under starters orders. We'll have a quick look out the window, because that just seems like the right thing to do.
We've got our 2 C Group riders there at the back of the pack, Neil Meelan and Jason Slater. So they were first and second in our C Group 1 race. Taking a look now, I can see there Dave Spafford definitely on full slicks. Looks like Oliver Ross again on full slicks. Blake Wilson, full slicks.
Right, it's looking like they're just going to give this a couple of minutes.
In the background there, we've got Peter Wadsworth on board that Race IQ machine. Yeah, it looks like... Are they getting sent back?
Yeah, I'm just having a look outside the window. Yeah, so just update them from race control. It's quite wet outside the back of the circuit, so quite rightly they're giving these guys a chance to change tyres. So what this means is then it will be declared a wet race, which means that obviously should the weather conditions worsen, they won't stop it. But if you want to be brave and not risk changing to wheels and tyres, you're quite within your rights to do that. But the race will not be stopped. So again, just going to be another short break, which I'm sure we can waffle our way through. I think we've done really well with the weather, to be fair, Danielle. The forecast that we had yesterday for today was, I wouldn't say borderline horrific, but it wasn't great.
No, we've seen some torrential and biblical rain here at Rowrah in previous years.
I mean, we had, to be fair, we were very, very lucky at round 2 up there at Teesside, where the weather that came in on, I want to say Saturday night, or was it Friday night? It was proper end of the world type rain, and yet by the time we got to the track on Saturday, it was almost bone dry, and they qualified on slicks.
Yeah.
And we were very, very lucky with the weather there. So unfortunately, it is part of the thing with racing on slicks or wet weather tyres, that if the weather conditions deteriorate, then you've got to allow people to change tyres. Obviously, once it's declared a wet race, then whatever you're on, you're on. They won't stop it. Although, having said that, we have stopped races in the past. Obviously, we've had storms and things, and where we've got aquaplaning. But I seem to recall that there isn't anywhere on this circuit at Rowrah where that is a major issue. You do get a few bits where there's a few wet patches, but there's never anywhere where the water is that bad that it causes too much problem. You can see there, look, the way the track comes in from the left-hand side. Riders can drift out onto that curbing. But yeah, you can hear now proper bit of rain. So we'll have probably a 10 or 15 minute delay. And our race officials will put on their waterproof kit. There's our race director, I think Dave Dearden down there. The man who makes all this happen with his band of helpers. And, very grateful we are to all of our sponsors, Race IQ, Trips.uk, Bathmate.
And I mean, if we've got a break in the racing, I feel like now's the perfect time for everyone to make sure they're going and following us on Instagram and Facebook at British Supermoto, where you can catch up with all the action that's already been on this season so far. So there you go, the British_Supermoto at Instagram. I'm sure there's some great reels on there from some of the action so far, and then we've got all the action on Facebook, and make sure you're subscribing to TNL Sports on YouTube. Our website as well got all the dates for the upcoming championship as well as we've got rider profiles on there now. So make sure that if you are a rider in the championship, you've filled that out. I know I'm guilty of not doing it just yet. Don't worry, I've been asked plenty of times.
So here you can see this is the Trips team, them, everybody mucking in, all the riders that are going to be out there in the A group. So it's a quick change. Now some of these guys run a system where the disc stays with the pads and they swap out. So the disc stays on almost on the caliper and it fits into a slot with a big spring clip, which is just bonkers if you ask me. But they do work very, very well, and obviously it means you can have plenty of wheels and you only need one disc. As we're just watching, then that rear wheel being slotted in. That's Paul Groom. So back to us there. That looks like that's Chris Walker. Paul Groom there on the right hand side, just sorting it out. And it's I will say that I've always had people for this. The standard joke with people in my team, that you stand back and let other people get on with it. And other riders will always muck in and do it. As a rider, the last thing you want to be doing is fretting over getting your wheels in and out and stuff like that. All these guys have got the same bikes. That looks like that is that's Jay Smith's mechanic there that's changing the rear tyre. Slater in there as well with Richard Sharp there putting the start device on. So that looks like they've already got the wet front in there. Or have they not? Are they still waiting to get it up on the stand?
Yeah, it looks like he's still got a slick in there. Does Jason?
Yeah, so
by the looks of it.
There is it. There's Slater with a. He's still got his helmet on. I'm just.
Again, doesn't want to get his hair wet.
Yes.
So all these riders all helping each other out to get those wheels swapped over as quickly as possible before the restart. We wouldn't want anyone to miss out. So again, he's also got a warmer there on the rear.
It's a mental thing.
Yeah.
I'd do the same. Just anything that just to get just a tiny little bit of heat into it helps. I mean, there are people that say you don't put wets on, you don't put warmers on wets, but there's the Prof Chris Lambourne. So he's a man on his. I won't say he's a man. He's only part of the Trips outfit, but he's just Billy no mates. Oh, look at that fresh set of tyres. Look, still got the mould marks on it.
I feel like a few people were very hesitant to putting wets on. So I know, speaking to Andy Goodsill at lunch, when he saw the bit of spitting beforehand, he immediately put a wet in. But as soon as it was drying up, with it being a brand new wet, there was no way he was running that.
Yeah, and this is the thing that when the track dries out quickly, these tyres will start to get chewed up. I will say that obviously I think that probably this track is not as bad as the likes of Three Sisters for chewing up wets, where you can destroy one in literally 6 laps as the track dries. But yeah, Chris then just putting wet in the front. Whether he's, I mean, my usual thing with this is to put a wet in the front and then decide whether you're going to put one in the back as well. But I will say that the majority of people that fall off here fall off losing the rear, not the front. So
yeah,
I think for the duration of this race, 15 laps or 14 laps or whatever it's going to be, I would suggest that you're definitely going to want to be you're going to definitely want it to be a wet front to start off with. I can just hear bikes going around, but that's
I think they're sending our Bambinos out.
Oh, right, okay, well, that makes a...
Just to let them get a bit of experience in these wet conditions.
So that's all right. So we've got no official on-track action. So, yeah, so our Bambino class is just it's basically, I think, was it 4 to 6 or 8 or whatever age we deem is appropriate on the upper end, just to let these kids, and a lot of them are little sisters and brothers and all sorts of current riders, and obviously some new ones, and just let them get out on track and have a little bit of a run round, which is obviously difficult to arrange at practice days and stuff like that. And it gives everybody just a chance to get out there on track and have a bit of enjoyment.
Got their Bathmate team boss Jono there with an absolutely cracking little setup.
Oh yeah,
deck chair and the brolly out with a great view of our our race circuit there.
He will be more than happy that he managed to get his race in earlier, and obviously he's the boss of Bath, mate. He's written a book. He's written a book, you know.
Has he?
He's written a book.
We had him on there as riding a Start Varg, but I think is he back on?
He is back on the Honda. The Start thing kind of there's still, let's just say there's work to be done, and they've not been able to sort out settings well enough. Andy Mitchell not with us this weekend. He raced it at round 1 and went back to his KTM at round 2, but he's not feeling great this weekend, so he's not made the trip, although his daughter Jess was here racing yesterday, but he's converted his back to motocross bet, and Jono's not really had a chance to have a look at his. He missed round 2 due to being away in Europe, and hasn't had a chance to do it. There's young Ollie Sims now just riding into the holding area there, and again, this is one of the things with this championship. Everybody's all happy to share information. There's Craig Forshaw then. He's up in the A group on qualification again today. He's having a better year this year. He did seem to have a bit of an hard time of it last year. And like I say, we're just waiting for our paddock announcement to say that we can get ready. There's Pete Wadsworth. Again, he's found his way up into the Bs. He's the brother of Simon. They're the two guys behind Race IQ, which is a new system that allows you to upload all of your race timings and track day efforts all into one place. I go to their website. That's all launching soon. It just remains to be seen now. There's one or two things happening here. We've either called it as a tyre change, or they're just waiting to see if it blows over enough. And it does look a little brighter out of our window, Danielle, I have to say.
Yeah, it does. We can't exactly see raindrops on our window, just with sort of the covering from the race control, but it does look a little bit brighter. And looking at the weather map earlier, it was showing showers for most of the afternoon, so I feel like it might be a tricky one to call.
Well, it'll either dry up or it won't, and the interesting thing is whether they declare it a wet race or not, and that's if our camera team down there in pit lane can get an update from Robin. He will show them the board as they come into the holding area to let us know whether it's a wet or dry race. There is Simon Wadsworth.
Yep.
The number 5.
He's having a good day so far.
Yeah, he's getting used to these big bikes, and we're used to seeing him on the pit bikes, which are like basically the size of a loaf of bread.
Adults riding kids' bikes.
It's just wrong on so many levels. Seriously though, everybody who's ever ridden, especially the CRF 150 variants as opposed to the pit bike variants, the CRF 150s, everybody who rides them just says how much fun they are, and you can race them and have a laugh, and the speeds are not at a level where you're going to throw yourself down the track and do yourself too much of a mischief.
Simon looking very unimpressed with the possibility of having to change onto wets, I think.
Yes.
Just checking his tyre pressures there. And you can see there on the front he's got that onboard camera that we saw some footage of earlier. So nice to be able to see sort of what the riders are seeing.
Yeah, so the next round then, we are up in Crail in Scotland.
Yep.
What's the date for that one, Angel?
Oh, I believe it's the 22nd and 23rd of June, but I will just double check.
Obviously, we get a lot of riders from north of the border supporting this British Championship, and it's only fair that we visit the.
I've actually just had a message from one of our Scottish contingency, so that'd be Kirsty Bremner, just letting us know that they have made amendments and improvements to both the off-road sections up there. So that'll be interesting to see.
They have, and so they're just right on cue. Look at that, British Supermoto round 4, 23rd of June at 11:15, and there we go. So it is a wet race. Robin is declaring that a wet race. But yes, Richard Blakeman was up there for the Scottish Championship last week, and I did see on their socials that they've done a lot of modifications to the dirt sections there and improved that track from what is already a great level, to be fair. It was always a place I enjoyed going to ride, and although it's a bit compact and bijou in the same way that Rowrah is, it's definitely a cracking layout to race. and the 2 good dirt sections that we've got there are, you know, as good as any that we've got anywhere in the country. I think Teesside has kind of set the standard now, just because of the size and speed of the off-road section, because it's quite big and open. But that one up there at Crail, in a few weeks' time, if you're north of the border, it's by literally about 3 or 4 miles away from Anstruther, up there near St Andrews in Scotland. And while it's a bit of a trek for anybody down south, if anybody up there north of the border fancies a weekend watching motorbikes go round in circles, then come and join us. There is the number 10 of Paul Reynolds.
It's also worth mentioning that for those riders that are making the trip up to Crail, they do also usually have a track day on the Friday, so that's 3 days of riding. So you can make a bit of a weekend of it. We understand it's quite a trek for some of our southerner riders, and they're always extremely friendly up there. They put on things like barbecue, they've got a great cafe, things like that, and it's in a lovely spot.
They've got a cafe now.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
we've got a cafe.
It's been a long while since I've been up there. However, what I will say is that is the place where I started my commentary career, because my colleague who used to do this job back in the day, Martin Bennett, used to come and do the British Supermoto from, I think he's down in Portsmouth somewhere, certainly down south, and he had a car failure on the drive up and wasn't able to make it, and I was asked to step in, and I basically commentated on all the races that I wasn't in. And since then, I've done quite a bit of commentary. Obviously, still racing, but yeah. But yeah, that was it. It was literally my sponsor at the time, Stuart Smith from Alice Racing, was running the championship, with obviously Dave Dearden and Ken Winstanley running the British Supermoto Championships, heavy duty forklift one. I think it was in 2008, and they'd done some good promotion up there at Crail and got a decent crowd in, and they didn't want to have the main races up there with no commentary, and obviously me not making the main races meant that was quite easy. But we rode in the Aprilia Cup then. We had our own separate class for those bikes, and yeah, that's where it all started for me. I got watched Richard Blakeman get his first ever elite class win up there, which was a fantastic day, beating the likes of Christian Hidden and Sam Warren and all the top dogs back then, when he was a much younger pup than he is now. So fond memories of that place. I think I've had a couple of race wins there myself as well, so always nice to go there, and we'll be looking forward to getting up there in a few weeks. So here we are then, looking down the grid. Let's see, we'll find out who's on slicks and who's on wets fairly quickly. Groomy definitely, we saw those wheels.
Kyle definitely on wets there.
So Paul Groom will be wanting to get the start here, because he will not want to be following Kyle Eccleston at all. Let's see then. Away they go. It's a good jump then from the 138 of Paul Groom, but he will not want to go too fast down here. He goes to the inside. Oh, it's the 515 round the outside. Our road racery guy.
Yeah, Luke Helm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
great
a few
start
people
from
squeezing
him.
up. Sayer trying to squeeze down the inside of Reynolds. Oh, everybody's a little bit tentative. Oh, live on board then with Wadsworth. This is the view down into the corner at the bottom end, but it is still Groom that leads.
Yeah, you could see water already sitting on that camera as they head into lap 1.
Luke Helm looking racy, so he looks like a guy who knows how to ride in the wet, or a guy that's never been to Rowrah and ridden it in the wet. So he's either going to take the lead and disappear, or he's going to end up running out of talent a little bit. But joking aside, it's his first full race
Good move there
meeting
from Darryl Pennington, just getting past. I think that was Tommy Sayer up the inside onto our off-road section. Sorry to interrupt there, Phil.
No, it's good. So as far as Helm's concerned, he's doing a great job being amongst these guys for the first time of asking, because Paul Groom is no mug. Kyle Eccleston both hold their own in A group races. I think Paul Groom's had a top 10 so far this season in the A group, so Helm's just riding his way in, and his road racer style. Just got to make sure that he doesn't get carried away with the grip levels. Now, is he going to try and make a pass down the inside? He looks a little bit racy.
racy.
Down the inside of Paul Groom.
Yep, nice move there as Luke Helm now takes the lead. And then Kyle Eccleston there looking for a way to see him get past the 138 of Groom. Back on board now with the 5 of Wadsworth there as he's chasing down the 311 of Sayer as they head into our off-road section. We'll see if we can get a view of the step up so you can try and appreciate sort of the size of it. Yep.
It looks nothing on the camera, does it? But hills never come across on the camera. You put it on the GoPro and like you watch it and you know, oh, that looks like nothing, but you watch it from the side, especially some of the freestyle guys, it's just mind-blowing. I'm not bigging this up to be, we're not talking supercross style jumps, but on a damp track on slicks, it is. It's enough to. You'd rather it was not there. So bit of a wobble there for Groomy. Now I'm thinking that he's just going to say, well, if he wants to go and ride that fast, we'll let him. And if he falls off, he falls off. And if he doesn't, then I've got to pick my pace up till I catch him. And this is certainly what I would be expecting of Paul Groom now, because he's been around, he knows what to do. He'll be just obviously contemplating getting into Kyle Eccleston's space. Oh, big kicker there, nearly over the bars.
Yeah, big moment there for Groom.
So he doesn't want to give up that second place and a chance to go and race in the A's, but he knows he needs to get his finger out to stop Eccleston having a bit of a poke up the inside. Duncan Wright there in 4th, that's a good ride from him. So Sayer has gone backwards for some reason, he's back to 7th just in front of Wadsworth.
Yeah.
Reynolds in there in 6th.
Now I don't think either Tommy Sayer or Jake Sayer that we've got out in this race have much tarmac experience. I think they both come from a motocross background. So trying to get a grips with running wets on a greasy, damp track, I think will be something very new to them.
Yeah, Jake Sayer's been decent. I raced against him tail end of last year at the Saturday meeting at Teesside, and where he almost decided not to turn when going into the first corner, and we nearly had a big moment together. But he definitely got the speed. He was just lacking a little bit in technique, but he's probably done 6 or 8 meetings since then, so he's definitely a much better rider than he was, and I think he's on better equipment as well. So he's a rider that's finding his way from the mid-pack of this beast towards the front as Groom has another look over his shoulder. Our race leader then, Luke Helm, has gone away, showing purple for fastest lap. So what time are they doing, Danielle?
So Luke has a fastest lap of a 101.0, and the gap back to Groom is now 2.7 seconds. So bunching up a little bit there now, back to, I think that's 5th there with Darrell Pennington in that group. So Eccleston needs to see about trying to make a move. I feel like he is going to have to force the subject here. Time-wise, they're very, very similar, but Duncan Wright and Darrell Pennington both quicker than the guys in front.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Kyle's the kind of guy to try and make room where there's not. Of all the people here, I think that Pennington is the guy who's... is he going to try and jump past? We can't quite see him in the background there, but he's the guy that's going to be doing his best to make hay while the sun doesn't shine here at Rowrah, but he's still there behind the 111 of Duncan Wright. Another guy who's made a good improvement. I remember him being I think he won a C group race at the first round of the year last year.
I think he came off in the off-road section last year here, if I remember rightly.
He might well have done, yeah. But he was the guy that he just started racing. He borrowed a bike off of Michael Craig.
Is that a move from Wadsworth up the inside on the number 10 of Paul Reynolds? It is.
It is. And that
takes him up to 7th.
Yeah, and Paul Reynolds, again, no mug, been doing this a long while, knows his way around. So these knee down boys, it's not big or clever, but at least he's not got a full face helmet on. But it's showing you what level of grip we actually have here. The Supermoto style, it gives you more confidence, but when you see these guys riding knee out and going away, and like we're on board with the bike that we look at, here we go, up the step. Like I say, that looks absolutely nothing, but it is a bit of a heart in the mouth job every time. So
he's now chasing down the 311 of Jake Sayer on that Honda, and it looks like he's already closed the gap up.
He has, hasn't he?
Quite considerably. See the whites in his eyes there as he enters the braking zone.
So he's closing in on, say, our race leader then. Luke Helm checks out at the front. Here we go. Oh, Eccleston tried that. Says, oh, he was almost there. He just needed half a bite. And Duncan Wright is getting in there as well. There's battle then for second, third, fourth and fifth in the second race IQ B group race here. Hotting up. There we go, round the outside for our
Eccleston.
Rider Eccleston.
All over the back wheel of Groom here, but he doesn't seem to be trying to make a move.
I think he's trying not to fall off because he's. it's so easy to go down in these conditions, and he knows he's got guys right behind him as well. So he's trying to open one door without leaving it open himself, and that's never easy. Groomy just starting to get a little bit more aggressive on the throttle. Our race leader already right down the bottom end of the circuit. He's already out of the through St John's and out of Sunny as these guys are coming down the hill. Obviously I shot off yesterday at close of proceedings. Who got our rider of the day from yesterday?
It was the 323 of Scott Wright, so he would have been in this race. We saw him go down in the wet earlier in race 1. Doesn't look like he started race 2, unfortunately.
Okay, so good to see Scott back in the paddock after a 14-year absence. Like I say, he was one of them pesky kids that I used to have to race with back in the day, and I believe he won what was our under-21 championship.
See there, Pennington trying to run a little bit wider to try and get the cut back on the 111, and he does. He gets him on the brakes as they head into the Stuart S's.
So Pennington moves up then on that borrowed bike of teammate Gavin Scaife. That's a good rider, Darrell. He's good technique, and bit of a mistake there from Eccleston. Is this going to let Pennington in round the outside? Be a brave move if he does it.
Not quite. So again, heading into our off-road, we have 5 laps to go.
Oh, Groomy then. He was
kicked.
He's definitely not wanted to leave an inch of room up the inside there. So is Carl going to try and make a move? No, he's not. That looked like Scott Wright touring there, actually, in the background. Got him down as DNS, but I think that was him touring in the background.
Possibly a transponder issue, but we'll keep an eye.
Yeah. So this is a great battle. Eccleston again just moving over more to cover off the move from behind and put the pressure on Paul Groom. So is this Eccleston going to get up the inside? No, he's not. Oh, that was tight.
Off split screen there showing Wadsworth trying to find a way past the 311 of Jake Sayer. So again, he's trailing round the outside.
Oh, that's never going to happen. But I'm not never going to say to people you can't pass there, because we were watching a race
like
yesterday.
To prove you wrong.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was yesterday, but we were watching a race. I think it was with Dean Wingate. We were watching the A final yesterday. I went, he's never going to pass him there, and he just passed him straight away. So I was like, okay, well, I've never seen anybody make that stick. But it was obviously Storm Stacey, who is not with us today.
No, he's not. He was here yesterday racing. I think he started from the back of the grid and made his way all the way up to, I think it was 5th.
Yeah.
So yeah, great ride from him yesterday.
But not with us today. Oh, here we go, Eccleston down the inside, and still Groom just shuts the door. Yeah, I'm not sure he's really... Oh, here we go. Is he going to spin the rear up? No, he's up the inside this time. So Eccleston makes the pass. Oh, Groomy will be annoyed with himself over that. Oh, and he's almost out of the seat. But I feel that Paul Groom on that 138 Trips.UK KTM is just doing what he feels comfortable with doing. And he's obviously not got a comfortable level of grip. So can Pennington now put Groomy under pressure? There's only 2 to go.
Looking at this track, it's looking drier. And looking at the lap
seeing shadows?
times, Yeah.
A bit of sunshine. It is, look, there's a little bit of sun breaking through. There's a shadow there.
So our race leader, the 515 of Luke Helm, the newcomer, his best lap is currently a 1 minute .3, and he's out in front to the tune of nearly 12.5 seconds.
That is dictionary definition of cleared off. That's an impressive ride from Helm. So we'll see what he can do in the final A group race of the day. And it is Eccleston that is going to join him as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, Pennington's still trying the outside line, but it does just seem too far to be able to make up any advantage.
That inside line is better now. There's that little hump there just to even it up a little bit. But nothing that he can do. But there is our race leader then, the 515 of Luke Helm then, as he comes down for the final time.
So it looks like he's about to lap the 8 of Blake Wilson. So an 85cc bike into the B's. Impressive.
Yeah, Helm then just sitting up and letting them guys get on and finish their race. He knows he's got a country mile. So he's going to cruise across the line, take a really, really well-earned win. But let's see who comes across the line next. Is it going to be Eccleston or Groom? Battle comes into the final corner.
So it looks like it's Eccleston.
It is Eccleston, then from Groom, from Pennington, and then Duncan Russ. A good ride from Duncan Wright. Good ride from Wadsworth as well. Then Sayer.
It looks like he found his way past Sayer on that last lap as well. So great ride from him.
And pulled a decent gap on him as well. So that, I would suggest, is a career best result for Simon Wadsworth. Pete was saying, his brother was saying that it was he'd had his best day ever as well, just by getting in the B's at all. So that was a decent race. Luke Helm then, first win for him, and we will see him from the back of the grid a little bit later on this afternoon in our final group of races. But as it stands at the moment, we are just waiting for the final few riders to come across the line. That will be the 51 of Jason Slater. And so there's our results, and a win for the 515 of Luke Helm. Second, the 255 Bathmate KTM of Kyle Eccleston. Third, 138 Paul Groom on the Trips.uk KTM. And fourth place, the 666 of Darryl Pennington on the Automotive Solutions. I think that's the borrowed Husky of Gavin Scaife.
Fifth, Duncan Wright. Then in sixth, we have Simon Wadsworth. Seventh, Jake Sayer. And then eighth, Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds. Then ninth, we have Blaine Pearson. 10th, Ollie Sims. 11th, Peter Wadsworth. Great ride from him. And then in 12th, we have Chris Lambourne. Then 13th, we have Dave Spafford aboard that Honda. 14th, Oliver Ross. 15th, Neil Meelan. And 16th, Noah Guillory. So we'll now get ready for our British Championship A Race 2. Who's your money on?
You'd be daft to bet against Chris Hodgson.
Yeah, I agree.
But I've done dafter things. I was impressed with Richard Blakeman because he was there or thereabouts for the whole race. And so we'll see in this next one, brought to you by Trips.uk, your motorhome hire specialists in the north of the UK. And a nice fleet of vehicles for you to choose.
So it'll be worth looking to see what tyres these guys have on. If I was to guess, I'd say they'd all have slicks on by now.
Yeah, whatever it is, the one that Jamie Duncan's on still got a label on it. So there's our podium. Oh, that's some quality beardage there from Luke Helm. So now I know what he looks like with that helmet on, which is good. So that's a nice victory for him. Decent ride from Kyle Eccleston. And he's obviously going to come round to apologise, mugging the 138. Our third place finisher of Paul Groom, but that is our podium then for B Group Race 2. As we wait then for the conclusion of our sight lap. I would imagine that this is a dry race. It is the grid then for British Supermoto A, brought to you by Trips.uk. The TM leads 450 TM of Chris Hodgson on pole from the KTM Contract Solutions of Jamie Duncan, and the MTR KTM of Trips.UK's Jay Smith in third.
Then our row 2, we have the Trips UK rider of Richard Sharp, followed by Richard Blakeman and then Alex Mullaney.
7th place, good result for him, good qualifying, and he rode well earlier on. The number 94 of Lee Williams, followed by the 110 of Chris Eastwood and the 42 of Oliver Holmes.
Then we have the Trips UK team boss Chris Walker on row 4, followed by Dean Hillier and Seth Gibson.
And then Jack Nation, Craig Forshaw and Peter Bennett on row 5. Now row 6, from our B group race earlier on, Harley Sharp and Paul Bax. You'll notice a reversal in the results there, because there was a bit of confusion in that race where the yellow flags came out at the beginning, and Paul Baxter took over a yellow flag and was penalised 1 place. So Harley Sharp was credited with the win in that one at the end of the day. So there is Peter Bennett. He's having not a great day by his standards. He was absolutely on fire at Three Sisters. He was really good at Teesside as well, until he wasn't with that crash with Chris Walker. But he's just had a bit of an off day today.
Yeah, sort of mid-pack, not really impressing us.
No.
Oh, look in there, Seth Gibson looks like he's on full wets.
Yeah, okay, well, that'll either pay off or it won't. But I imagine that he's on full wets, just wondering what that's going to do to his bank balance. But he had a decent day yesterday. Let's see how he goes today. Away they go. And it's Hodgson that leads from Sharp, from Jamie Duncan as they come down into the first turn. Smith round the outside. Everybody safely through. Oh, big moment at the back then for Jack Nation.
Poor start there for the 7 of Jamie Duncan. Oh, it's Blakeman there that runs wide though.
He lost the rear on the way in. Oh, a couple of riders down in the back.
So that looks like Jack Nation and Seth Gibson there having a coming together, but both riders back up.
So Nation then obviously gone out there on slicks and took the front, and took the only rider that we could see on wets, Seth Gibson, with him. So that's a shame for both of those guys. Both youngsters in the Under-21 Championship. And so their race over pretty much before it started. You always want to play safe.
So it is the number 1 of Chris Hodgson aboard that TM Leeds UK 450 that has taken the lead on lap 1, followed by the 217 of Richard Sharp and 33 of Jay Smith.
I'm going to say that Richard Sharp looks a little bit racier in this one than he did in the first one. Don't ask me how I know that, but he just seems to have that little bit of demeanour about him. Look over the shoulder from Jamie Duncan. Lee Williams up there in 5th, so Williams has had a good start. He's managed to get in front of Blakeman and Alex Mullaney. Now he's a returnee to the sport after taking 10 or 12 years away to go road racing with some decent levels of success. But here we are then, Chris Hodgson under pressure from the 217 Husqvarna of Richard Sharp as they come into the off-road section for the second time. So Hodgie's doing the lead-in, he's setting the pace. Will Sharpie have a go round the outside at the end of this straight? A lot of lean angle from Jay on the way out there. Willow looked like he had a bit of a moment. He's actually closing in on these guys.
Yeah.
So Lee Williams then in the background.
Yeah, Hodgson not breaking away at the front like we saw him do in race 1 so far. Wondering if these tricky conditions are maybe holding him back ever so slightly on board that TM. Like we said, we don't think he has much wet experience on board that new bike yet.
No, completely missed out the only wet track that we had at Three Sisters by not taking part. So what kind of lap times are you doing, Danielle? Are we
Chris is currently doing a 56.4, but it's the 7 of Jamie Duncan that's doing a 56.0, so about 0.4 of a second, but all the riders behind Chris currently going a little bit quicker.
So 2 seconds off the pace that we qualified in Superpole. and we were about on Superpole pace in race 1. So we're about 2 seconds a lap down, or Richard Sharp just getting a little bit squirrely there. He's a rider that can find grip. We're all trying to stay really tight round there. Again, over the top of the hill down into St John's, a really tricky corner. Chris Walker up to 7th. That's a great ride from him. Blakeman's gone then. Blakeman's back to 11th. So that's why Walker has advanced up to 7th. Is that nobody more surprised by his performances than he is? He's just starting to feel comfortable getting back into it. And after a couple of big offs, one at Mete last year and then another one at round 2. But Chris Walker then, no, it's 7th. He's a fair, just 7 seconds back.
So I've got to say, I think the 7 of Jamie Duncan is now trying to line up a move on Jay Smith. He is looking racy and is still currently our fastest rider on track.
He's got up to the back of these guys. And a bit of a wobble there for Chris Hodgson. He will be just looking. Said before, I've ridden these TMs, 2-stroke version with a similar chassis, and it's just not quite as forgiving in the damp conditions as the Husqvarna frame that was under Richard Sharp, and obviously the KTM of Jay Smith, a factory effort. So that's quite a lot different to the stock frame, got extra bits and bobs in it. Duncan then still holding that watching brief in 4th. This one, there's a lot to play for. Has Richard Sharp got a run here? Hodgie's going to move over. Sharp is going to try and cut back. Oh, he's gone down. He went for the cutback.
Yeah, and just
stuck
lost
under
the
rear. He's still going to hang on to. Still going to hang on to 6th. That was unlucky. He was just literally on the throttle half a second too early there. He just needed to cross that little bit of extra, or a little bit of normal racing line.
It looks like it is starting to spit a little bit more as well. We can see a little bit more rain on the camera, so I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
There was a little bit there last time. He looked like he was on the throttle early there, going to have a go. And fair play to him for trying, because only thing is, he doesn't need to race Chris Hodgson. Hodgson's not a championship contender at this point in the season. And Smith and Duncan closing in on Hodgie.
Yeah, Jamie just struggling to try and find a way past the 33.
That's what we were trying to. That's what Sharpie was trying to do there. Just cut out the corner and get on the gas on the fat part of the tyre, on the grippy part of the track.
You can see there Duncan losing the rear, and it's just getting a bit squirrely for him.
Let's not forget Lee Williams in the back of this shot in 4th. High-tech coatings. It's a KTM, so a good ride from him. This is his best performance so far.
Yeah, we saw him have quite a nasty crash at the start of our race 3 at Teesside as well.
He did,
so
didn't he?
Good to see him back from that too.
So JD trying to move around the outside, a bit of a move there from Jay Smith. It's just not quite working out.
Looks like there
Duncan
we've got...
then going to cut in. Oh, he nearly loses the rear. Is he going to have a run down? Jay moves over, but not really blocking him because he got 3 bike lengths on him.
It looks like Chris Walker's found a way past the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, so great ride from him so far.
That's fantastic. He was happy to be qualifying top 5 in the Bs at the end of last year, and here he is, 6th in our main championship race. So Jamie Duncan's still showing as having the fastest lap, but are the times just dropping off a little bit, or are we still there or thereabouts?
We're still there or thereabouts, so Jamie Duncan's still the fastest out there with a 56.0. Chris Hodgson has brought it down to a 56.2, but both Jay and Jamie on their last lap doing 56.4s, so yeah, there's absolutely nothing in it.
So they're a little bit more aggressive out the corner on that one, and again, shadows under the bike, so That tells me that whatever moisture was in the air has gone. Still 6 laps to go, so although it's not far round here, it's long enough for stuff to happen. And Jamie Duncan, all the pressure in the world then on the 33 of Jay Smith. And as I said earlier on, he's a change man this year. Just a big moment there for Duncan. Looks like he lost the rear on the way into the paddock bend. We got somebody off, that's Baxter. So Baxter's gone down in the off-road. The 24 rider came up from the B group, so he's just had a moment there. Oh, is Jamie going to go down the outside here? Oh, this is tight in the cutback.
Oh, I just don't think he's got the legs on him as he heads down there, but again, he's got to try and go wide and cut back.
Well, this is what you've got to do. You can't follow. Oh, James, that looked like a bit of a misgear again. He did say he'd had a couple of moments not being able to change gear. A few riders had that. Carl Eccleston saying the same, that even with a quick shifter on, he was struggling to find gears down the back straight. So Jamie again closes in. So we're not leaving this one alone, because while this is going on, Chris Hodgson is just easing away.
Yep, so the gap out to Hodgson now opened up to 1.8 seconds. So while these two battle it out for second, he's making the most of it and giving himself some breathing room.
Yeah, it's all a bit spread out further down the field, so we make no apologies for staying with the battle. Everybody else just trying to hang in there at the moment, and we want to see if this pass can be made. Is Jamie Duncan going to do what he needs to as they find their way past Jack Nation? It's really tight. I feel that Jamie would be better trying to have a run down the inside there, but I just don't think the grip is where it needs to be. Lee Williams, he's dropped off quite a bit, but he's still in a reasonably comfortable 4th place, with Sharpie back there in a distant 5th. So this battle then for 2nd place. Here comes JD down the inside, not enough room. Jay will have decided that you're not coming by here, and he'll just ease the brake off and shut the door on the man from up there in the Kingdom of Fife, who conversely would have known that he weren't going to make that and just squeezed the brake a little bit harder. But they're the times when you just took the front and you both end up on the floor. 2 laps to go then. Chris Hodgson away with 2.5 seconds now. Look over the shoulder then from the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, just to see if they've got anybody for company. And the shadows then telling us that there's still a little bit of sunshine out there, although there's nothing to stop it. Here we go, he's done it this time, down the inside. Is he going to run wide? He does. He runs wide, so Jay just sat up and let him have the room that he needed, and Jamie Duncan just rode straight past and into the gravel trap. That did used to be grass at the edge of the circuit there, but that's they're the margins that you're doing. So Jay decided that well, I'm just going to have to sit up and let him come by. He missed the corner. In fairness to JD, at least he made the move. He's trying to make something happen. Still So last lap then, Hodges 2.5 seconds up the track, and these guys are getting just into a little bit of traffic. And I don't think that Duncan is close enough to make that happen again. No, definitely not. So they're going to come up on the 188 of Seth Gibson, although Gibson I think is far enough ahead for it not to be an issue. They come across the line then. So win for Chris Hodgson, second place Jay Smith, third Jamie Duncan. It will be a fair wait before Lee Williams comes across the line, but that was a good fourth place for him. There he is, just the second of those two riders. That's a good result for him. Richard Sharp should come across the line fifth after that crash. He'll feel that that's one that's got to wait. Then it's Mulaney. Then Holmes, then Blakeman, Chris Walker, then dropping back on the final couple of laps to 8th. As he comes across the line in 10th. But that was still a great ride. He was well up there. So just no doubt the first thing that he will say to me when we chat after the race is, I just got tired. But he's a businessman racing for fun and supporting the team. Doesn't have the time to spend much on the bike other than when he's at the circuit. But that was a cracking race then. We'll wait for our official results, and obviously all of our results are subject to official confirmation, so we could be I wouldn't think we'll be seeing any changes in this one, but you never know. But, certainly nothing to give us any kind of issues. But here's our results then. British Supermoto Group A brought to you by Trips.uk. A win for number 1 18-time champion Chris Hodgson on the TM Leeds TM UK 450, followed by number 33 Jay Smith, again bringing it home, taking the points on the MTR KTM Trips.uk bike. Then it's third place Contract Solutions number 7 of Jamie Duncan, fourth number 94 the High Tech Coatings KTM of Lee Williams, fifth place 217 Richard Sharp on the Trips.uk KTM, sixth place then for Alex Mulaney on the TM Leeds TM 450. Seventh place, a good result for Oliver Holmes on the Fat and Fast KTM. So a decent result for Oliver. That's probably his best one of the season. He pipped home teammate number 54 Richard Blakeman. Ninth place the 110 Chris Eatswood on the Racing and Cruising Honda. And 10th place Trips.uk boss number 155 Chris Walker. And then 11th Dean Hillier, 12th Peter Bennett, 13th Craig Forshaw, 14th Harley Sharp, 15th Seth Gibson, and 16th Jack Nation. So that is race 2 of our afternoon in the books. And we will now go down to our pit lane where Danielle will talk to our top 3.
We're here with Jamie Duncan. He finished in third in that one, though you try absolutely every move in the book to try and get past the 33 of Jay Smith. Just couldn't quite make a move stick.
I just couldn't make it stick. I thought I was going to get him coming down that hill, but just ran out of track. But you didn't know what was slipping, what wasn't with the rain that we've had. So it was a bit of a do or die moment. But I thought I would have maybe had the chance in the lap, but he held over a bit on the right and I couldn't get through. But I'm just struggling a little bit coming out the stop-start corners. Both the bikes seem a bit quicker than mine coming out.
We saw you losing the rear a fair few times, so round Paddock corner we also saw it out of the hairpin where Richard Sharp lost it as well. It looks like it is just slippy all over.
Yeah, as I was trying to cut back on Jay. I think that's what Sharpie was trying to do on Hodgson, just try to cut it tight and just lost the rear. That's good line if you can get it right, but it's not to be.
No, well, again, another crack at it in race 3.
Yep.
So we'll try and grab a quick word with Jay Smith. Sorry to interrupt. You alright?
Yeah.
Well done. A second place this time.
Yeah.
You managed to hold off the Scotsman. Were you again struggling for rear grip?
Not really, but I knew it was raining. So it was like, I could see all the rain on the goggles, and I see Chris was taking it a little bit easier. And it's just thought Sharpie went down right in front of me when it just got a little bit greasy, and there was a little dry line, you could see it, but it was really patchy. So it was like, I'm in second, there's no point crashing.
That's good mentality to have, I think. It's all about points. Let's not forget that Chris didn't race at round 1, so it is all to play for championship wise.
That's what I was trying to tell myself, but sometimes it's boring. Nah. But
It looks like it was mostly mental rain, so looking at the paddock here, it is dry.
Yeah.
It looks like there probably was a little bit more grip than sort of it was if you find it.
I don't know really. It was, like I said, it was on and off, on and off. And then one lap you come around to the right-hander and it was well slippery, and then the next lap you come around and it was grippy again. So really sort of mentally draining race to try and work out how far to push it and whether just to chill out a little bit. But glad to get that one out of the way.
Well, good luck for race 3. And then our race 2 winner, so again, that's 2 on the bounce. What was it like at the front, not knowing what sort of pace to set?
It was just such a mentally challenging race, that, because obviously the rain on your goggles, it comes down a lot harder than it does in real life. But there was parts of the race where you could feel it hitting your face and your mouth, and you were thinking, oh man, should I ease up? Should I go harder? Is it dry now? But we're just saying to Jamie, it was such an easy race to follow the leader, me setting the pace, because he knew where the grip was then. So I think the last few laps I thought, right, it must be dry now, and just got the hammer down and let these two battle it out between themselves.
We were saying, watching the Academy riders, it was a lot of learning experience to find where the grip is. Obviously, this being your home track, you should know where the grip is, so being out front should have been an advantage for you.
Yeah, I mean, it is only 15 minutes, from my house, but the only time I use it is when we race here. So that's not really playing to my advantage. But no, it's good to have another win, but like I say, it was just so difficult just to judge and engage. But I know Sharpie was on my tail for a fair while, and he went down, and yeah, like I say, I don't think mirrored lenses really helped the situation either.
So, hopefully the weather will keep clear for the remainder of our block of races. But I'll throw back to Phil, who's currently still in our commentary box.
Okay, cheers, Danielle. So a great race then, and as you heard, everybody complaining that they didn't know how fast to go. But that is going to bring to a conclusion then our action here for the second group of races. So we're going to take a break now, and we will be back just before 4 o'clock at 15:50 for Academy Race 3 and our final C Group, B Group and A Group races. And we will round off the day and crown our victors over the weekend. And, look forward to that. Hopefully it will stay dry. Upcoming on TNL Sports then, the HKRC Festival then from Kimbolton on the 9th of June at 10:30. So for you karting enthusiasts, that's one not to miss. Round 4 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship from Crail in Scotland on the 23rd of June. And the Road to MotoGP from Pembrey, the British mini bikes, they will be on TNL Sports YouTube channel on the 30th of June. So please feel free to check those out. We will be back at around 10 to 4. And for our final set of races, we look forward to seeing you all then. So welcome back then to Rowrah here in deepest, darkest Cumbria for the last group of races in our round 3 of the British Supermoto Championship. This is our Supermoto Academy, brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build. And we had a quick turnaround there because some of these guys were out on track after our last A group race. We had an extra race for some of our mini bike guys. And we had a 10-15 minute turnaround. We've got a little bit of time in the schedule to do that, so we've given them some extra track time. And as the weather at the moment is holding, we're almost back on schedule to the minute, so we're going to crack on with it. And as the flag goes up at the front of the grid, and points out the lights, and away they go. Let's see who makes the whole shot. It looked like it was Ormrod that got the fire off a pole. They make their way down to turn 1 for the first time.
Looks like someone making a lunge up there, up the inside.
That's Wilson, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right there. So we've got Wilson, followed by Ormrod, followed by Reynolds. Then it looks like one of the roads. So I think that might be Lily Rhodes there. Yep, it is in 4th, followed by Leon Tall.
Yep, looks like Leon Tall there in 5th. So these guys and girls have actually got the best track conditions that they've had all day, because this is the first time that it's not been raining or thinking about it as they've gone off the grid. So we watch them down round. This is the sinuous piece of tarmac through this this quarry up here at Rowrah. About 15 minutes from the coast. Oh, big pass by Tall there.
Yeah,
down the
great
inside.
move up the inside there, around that paddock bend.
So Wilson then, for those who weren't watching earlier, Wilson crashed in the earlier race on the opening lap on damp track, and had to come from way back in the pack, and he finished 3rd, but only by half a wheel, metaphorically speaking. He got right on the back of these two guys, the number 40 of Archie Ormrod and the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, and that may well have scuppered his chances of the overall. I think Ormrod was 2nd in the first one. So it's still all to play for this final race of their day.
Looks like we've got a battle between the two RWJ girls there, Lily and Belle Wingate, as they headed down into the Stuart S's.
Race leader already through. This is 2nd place, Ormrod and Reynolds. Leon Tall, I'll say he flipped off on the sight lap in an earlier race and gave himself a bit of a knock, but he's back out there. Then it is Lily Rhodes and Belle Wingate, and then looks like Jackson Bennett, the 79, in there in 7th. Ollie O'Gorman in 8th, so he's one of the younger riders. I think he's out there on a 65.
So it's still Rhodes from Wingate as they head through that off-road section, and then back out into this chicane.
So Leon Tall looks like he's starting to get onto the back of that battle for 2nd. Fastest lap then from our race leader Blake Wilson. I think it's fair to say from what we saw in the opening couple of races that nobody is going to trouble him for the rest of the day. It's in his own hands. Oh, nice cutback move there from Belle. She finds her way down the inside of Lily, coming down into the Stuart S's.
Yeah, great pass there from Belle Wingate.
The race leader then already away in the distance.
Yeah, he's out in front with a best lap that's currently 5 seconds quicker than Archie Ormrod in 2nd. So, realistically, with no issues, I think he might have this one in the bag.
But he is riding also in our B group on that 85 as well, so he's giving the big guys a run for their money. Inside and outside lines there. They're both clearing that.
Yeah, Lily taking that and clearing it from the inside, which is impressive.
So Ormrod and Reynolds then. Leon Tall. These girls are holding their own. Jackson Bennett there in the background. Then it's Ollie O'Gorman. Liam Pearson, then he tipped off in the last one. And he's obviously had to come through from quite a long way down on the grid. Just looking at where he finished in the last one. So he was up there until he wasn't, and as a result that's made his race a lot more work than it really needed to be.
Yep, Belle Wingate starting to pull a bit of a gap now on Lily Rhodes. Back with the lads in second and third. So we've got the two Archies, Ormrod and Reynolds, both choosing to take that outside line as they make their way over the Bathmate step. And across the line, there was about 0.2 between them. So absolutely nothing now. But 7 laps to go. Well, it's a completely dry track. Oh, it looks like we've had a faller there, so that looks like Lily Rhodes. I think that's just where our step up is, so yeah, just after the step up.
So if she's just come up a little bit short there and got bounced off the side of the track. And she's up and okay, being picked up by...
I think that was Dean Wingate.
Yeah, it was Dean that was there picking up. So here we go then. Is Archie Reynolds going to have a run down the inside? Say that TM85, that's an off-the-shelf race bike that you can buy from our preferred parts supplier TM Leeds, sponsors of Chris Hodgson and Alex Mullaney, and Archie Reynolds, son of Automotive Solutions boss Paul Reynolds. So nice to see him getting the latest kit, although he's always been on decent bikes, to be fair. It's nice to see that TM there.
That looks like Liam Pearson there in 7th. And that, I think, is Max Rhodes in 9th there, with Ollie Gorman between them.
It does almost look like a summer's day here now, looking out of the window to far brighter conditions than we've seen, but we've seen already today that can change in an instant. But only 3 more races after this one to get in, so we will be looking to hopefully get those in without incident. That is the number 08 of Ollie O'Gorman, little brother of Casey O'Gorman, I believe.
Yeah, and again riding with that knee down style. I think he is he on a 65?
Yeah, that is a 65. At Wilson, fastest lap after fastest lap, I think. We look down on the off-road section. That doesn't look anything from above. When you look at where our camera position is, that's a long way up. I wouldn't want to be sat there all day in the wind and rain. But, our camera crew doing a great job as always. TNL Sports bringing you all the action, and hopefully you're enjoying our coverage. Here's the 79 of Jackson Bennett. He's just about to come up on the 101. Is that the youngest of our Mullaneys?
I think it's the youngest of our Mullaneys that are out on track.
Ah, right, okay, because there's...
yeah, I think
there's 2 or 3 of them in there.
Yeah. But Jackson Bennett there looking smooth on his BBS KTM as they head round Paddock Bend.
He would ride similar to Liam Pearson, got a new bike at some point through the season last year and made a massive leap in performance, and we saw him run at the front a couple of times, but just a little bit say off his game. But it's a fast pace at the front and he's not quite able to hold it. But here it is then, the battle.
Yeah, so that looks like the 56 of Lily Rhodes. I don't think she's actually in this battle.
No, she's not.
She's currently down in 14th, so this is her just letting them by. She knows she's being lapped, but if she can tag onto the back of these guys, we know she's got the pace. Hopefully she can salvage some good points. So
Leon Tall then finds his way through past our 183 of Jackson Nuttall. First time out on track for him, and he was really looking forward to it this morning, according to his dad. Moved up from our Bambino class, so looks like he knows his way around the track. Just got to find some speed, and that is it's harder to teach the lines than the speed comes naturally once you know where you're going.
Belle Wingate looks like she's definitely closed that gap down to the 77 of Leon Tall now. She's only now a couple of bike lengths away from him as they make their way through lapped traffic.
So Archie Reynolds just losing the toe a little bit, and as you say, Belle Wingate then starting to get interested in making a pass on the 77, and there she goes down the inside. Oh, that was elbows out. The track's going to narrow. Oh, she makes the switch. That was really good, and she finds her way down the inside.
Yeah, that was great racing there from Belle Wingate, making her way past Leon Tall and also around that lap traffic.
She made the decision early. She knew the gap was, she was going to get closed out on the outside as the track came in. So she moved for the opposite side and made a nice clean pass on Leon Tall, who's been going well this weekend. So they come into the off-road section and catch a little bit more traffic. So again, the traffic goes wide, so she goes tight. Leon Tall's going to go the opposite way. Oh, she doesn't make the step up. Oh, that was
feet off there.
Oh, there was a few screams there, I'm sure. Leon Tall sent it through the gap, as he was entitled to do, but he just bounced it and nearly almost at Bell not jumping it, put him in an awkward position. He would expect that she was going to jump that because she's did it in previous laps.
Yeah, I don't think she jumped it from the inside. I think the only one I've seen was Lily that had jumped it from the inside. So strong move there from Leon, but not quite able to make that pass stick.
Everybody stayed upright, which is all that matters. But here they are then, second, third and fourth battle coming down the hill. And Belle Wingate then closing in on the back of Archie Reynolds.
It is our last lap for our race leader, Blake Wilson. Now, we've not seen much of him in this one because he has just hidden away at the front.
He has run away and sport it for everybody, but he gave us some entertainment in the last one. Obviously, we will pick him up at some point on this lap. But he has definitely... We'll try and keep an eye open for him in our B group race because he has qualified through into our B group. So here is the battle then on the last lap from Archie Reynolds in the sandwich there. He's trying to find his way past Archie Ormrod.
I think he's now defending from Belle Wingate, who's come out of nowhere on these last couple of laps.
He's not weaving, but he's certainly defending vigorously. Is she going to? Is she going to try and fight down the inside of him down the hill? Last chance. Don't think she's close enough. And nobody's told her that. No, she thinks better of it. And again, Archie just closing out the line there. Race leader already across the line, taking the checkered flag in the box at the bottom. An excellent result for Blake Wilson. Ormrod will take second, Reynolds third, and Wingate fourth. Leon Tall hopefully will hold off Jackson Bennett. There he comes across the line, just dropped off a little bit. Didn't get the rub of the green with the lap traffic. But yeah, Wilson unfortunate to take that tumble then. That will possibly cost him the overall with 1-1-3. Whether 2 wins and a first will give Ormrod the victory, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, that was a great result, good race. And our final academy race done and dusted. And they will move on to Crail, which I think is a track that really suits these bikes.
Yeah, it does. And we've also got 2 different off-roads up there, which means if we do get a bit of rain, we can choose between the 2, or there's a lot of options up there.
I'm not sure whether they alter the direction of it anymore. I've raced it both ways round.
Yeah, me too.
And I feel obviously wasn't present there last year because obviously it's on the moon for me. Distance was I was actually at another race that I'd already committed to that weekend, so I was unable to travel up, but I will be there this year. But watching the coverage, which I believe you and Chris Eastwood hosted, and jolly good it was too. The track gave us some cracking racing.
Yeah, it did. There was some great racing throughout the group, so not just at the sharp end in that A group. Great racing throughout, and hopefully we get some great weather as well. I know their off-road section isn't really all weather, so hopefully we get some nice weather. Plenty of off-road to suit some of the motocross style riders, but again, a tight twisty circuit just like this one, which lends itself to the smaller bikes as well.
So here's our Oldham area for our final race of the day, which is British Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions Precision Engineering. And again, they are a company owned by Rab and Jamie Duncan up there in in Scotland, producing some of the best bits I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of bits because that's all I do. I'm an engineerist, and yeah, their level of automation and the stuff that they make is as good as anything I've seen in the industry. And Jamie's branding of mountain bike stuff been doing well. So here's our grid then. First on pole position is going to be Caden Rolt from Luke Armitage and Ollie Granger.
Row 2, we've got Sean Jones, Brett Barlow and Gavin Scaife.
Row 3, your teammate Andy Goodsall, Lily Rhodes doing double duty, and Dan Spencer.
Then row 4, we have Tommy Sayer, Lewis Cowper and then Leon Tall, again on an 85.
So he'll be splash of fuel and back out on the grid. Then it's Steve Smith, Rick Owen and Max Rhodes on row 5.
And then row 6, we have Darryl Brett, James Crombie, John Oakes, and then it looks like we may have Jackson Bennett rounding out row 7.
I don't think Jackson's ridden the last two of these. I think he's had enough after one race. And like I say, you cannot emphasise how hard this track is to race round. So we look at the 164 cranked up racing KTM of Sean Jones. He's got a YouTube channel that he's posted a few bits and bobs to. I've had a bit of a look at that. That's worth a look.
Yeah.
The 619 of Brett Barlow, who doesn't have a YouTube channel, but he does fit doors.
Yeah, Sean Jones's channel on YouTube. If you haven't had enough of the Supermoto action, definitely worth a watch. Great to see it from a perspective of someone sort of in that C group, B group area. Loads going on.
Look, he is what 90% of the paddock is at the end of the day. A guy out there just doing the best that he can with what he's got. He's got a nice bike, and a few of his mates have all got together, and they've got some got a nice setup there. And it's good to see the amount of work. I often think about doing stuff with the things that I do, but I don't have the time to invest in it, unfortunately. But I'm willingly will watch people that do. So we wait for a green light at the back of the grid, and it's a green flag from Andy, and then Andy will point at the lights at the front. Away they go.
Little wheelie there from our pole sitter Rolt.
Oh, Armitage then looked like he might have a bit of a run round the outside. Oh, he's got all sorts of... He got grabbed a big handful of front brake there, did Luke Armitage. He almost ran out of talent there in a big way, but he's okay. He's there in second.
Looks like they've all made it through that first corner okay.
Was that there in third? Was that...
I think that's Oliver Granger.
That's Oliver Granger. He's my mystery man. Yeah, now I've seen him, now I know exactly. So there. Oh, Barlow's made a good start as well. So Barlow there in fifth.
Lily Rhodes there trying to go around the outside on that KTM 250F.
I mean, I've done quite a few races where I've jumped off one bike onto another, done 2 races on the bounce on different capacity bikes, but never been somebody that's jumped off basically what is a kid's bike onto an adult's bike. So she does really,
also,
really well.
2-stroke to 4-stroke.
2-stroke to 4. It could not be more
engine
different.
braking, everything.
The only thing that could be more different is if you got in a car. But Armitage gives it the big send up, the step up. The rest of the field come through. Barlow there, then Goodsall. It's like Dan Spencer in there doing okay as well.
Watching a few of those, it looks like they're aiming for where the X marks the spot.
It does, doesn't it? But you get a bit of target fixation. We can't go there, we can't go there. And you look at it and your eyes are just naturally drawn. So
looks like Armitage and Raoult pulling a bit of a gap now on these three, back in 3rd, 4th and 5th.
So just racing for points and general pride in this one. There's no B group to go up to. This is our last group of races. So finishing the day with a win, always nice, especially if you've had not the greatest of days. There is 186 of Oliver Granger.
Yep, a win in this C group, definitely nothing to shake a stick at.
No.
There's definitely a high competitiveness of racing throughout our groups.
I have to say, I think was it last year at the meeting I rode at Teesside, I was gutted not to make the cut and ended up starting from the front row in the C group race, and I properly had to get my finger out to get out. I can't remember who won, but
also worth mentioning that some of these riders might not be in the same class.
Exactly that. We've got novices and clubmen mixed up.
Yeah, I believe these three are. I think these are all 3 novice riders.
Yes.
And then we've got Andrew Goodsall there, just tailing off slightly to that group. I know he's definitely a clubman rider.
Yeah. So novices, basically riders in their first and second year of racing, usually without a background of racing experience. I mean, you've got old duffers like me who've been doing it since God was a lad, and then we've got the A group, the elite riders, and they're the guys that we watch in our A group races, making it all look incredibly easy. Oh, a bit of a pass. Jones looked like he was going to make the pass on Barlow there, but Brett moved him over. I don't think it was deliberate. I just think he was a little bit off balance. I nearly said out of control then, and that wouldn't have been very nice. Because he is a unit, Brett. I ain't going to I don't want to fall out with him. But again, another rider that started off this year. He's the other half of one of your competitors, Jess Mitchell.
Yeah.
And he's got himself a bike, squeezed himself into a pair of Andy Mitchell's old leathers and gone racing.
Yeah, good to see that he's actually put his money where his mouth is a little bit as well. Because he's been on about doing this for years. It's good to see that he's finally got himself a bike and got himself out there. So
it's better a race for a day than a spectator for life. And whilst we are more than aware that this is not a cheap sport, as far as motorsport goes, it's not expensive. I know people that would probably spend 5 times this racing karts. I know the mini bike boys go through money like no tomorrow as well at the top levels. But for starters, a reasonable motocross bike and a set of wheels and some handguards, a modicum of talent and a set of leathers, and you can ride in this class. And that's precisely what it's there for. We've got the Give It a Go class, which is literally for people who are originally designed for just like, well, tape your lights up on your road going Supermoto and come and have a go. And this is where you end up. So Barlow then he's just making room there, didn't rush into that. It'd have been easy to force the issue, but instead he's going to make the pass down the back straight and ease his way past Graham into Granger into third. So Barlow then, he's dropped Sean Jones. Battle at the front between Rowrah and Armitage.
Lonely race, not quite close enough to Sean's to really bother, but a nice gap to the 236 of Dan Spencer.
Again, Barlow getting up that jump nicely. But there's the battle at the front, right on cue. And Armitage then, again, motocross guy, came to the sport midway through last year, just fancied doing something a bit different. And he's chasing down what looks like another ex-motocrosser. The number 84 of Caden Rolt. So of these two guys who are most definitely novices to this sport, Armitage, it almost ridiculously, is the most experienced of the two. And this is probably his 5th or 6th race. Didn't see him at Teesside, but he was definitely at Three Sisters, and I think we saw him at 2 or 3 rounds at the end of last year. So is he going to go to the outside? No, they're both going to style it up the tabletop. Just dropping the bike perfectly, getting back on the gas.
So time-wise, there's nothing between them. Armitage currently the fastest, doing a 1 minute .1, with Ralt's fastest being a 1 minute .3. But on the last lap, Armitage was about a second quicker. So maybe Ralt's starting to tire. We know this is a very physical track. Maybe he's just starting to peter off a little bit with these quite long races.
You notice that he's quite heavy on the back brake into that corner at the end of the straight, so he's still not quite mastered the art of getting the rear to slide by getting the front end buried. But again, this is all the technique that you have to learn. And there's a motor. Oh, he'll go Armitage down the inside. Oh, that was tight. So he's going to think about that. He's got 4 laps to go, and Kane Rolt's going to have to keep that door closed now. Oh, he's going to try and do. Whether he's getting a little bit tired, just needs to stand up, getting a bit of cramp. Again, it's far more physical than it looks. How hard can it be to sit on a motorbike on tarmac? Well, come and have a go. I race motocross regularly, and I will tell you that physically I find this harder than riding on the dirt. So here they come, bit of lap traffic, and Armitage is down the inside. Oh!
Couldn't quite get it stopped.
Now that was 2 blokes not giving an inch. And in fairness to Rolt, it's his door to shut. And in fairness to Armitage, you could have let the brakes off and forced the issue and didn't. So that was smart riding. We could have ended up with both of them on the floor there. And the back marker who was caught up in the middle of it would have wondered what was going on. But Armitage just seems to be able to close the gap. So he is definitely, as the timesheets are telling us, the fastest man on track. But he just doesn't have the ability to find a way. He's going to go to the outside now, but he's not going to make up any time. Although he properly sends it. Just that, you can't go fast enough. Am I right in thinking that that's a little bit tighter this year? Because you used to be able to go to the outside going a lot faster than you can.
Yeah,
now.
I think they have moved the barriers so it is a bit tighter.
And I think that's safer and that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I seem to remember that you could literally carry all your speed into the outside. Always a move down the inside? No. You could carry your speed into the outside a lot better than you can now, which now means that the inside is more advantageous. So is Armitage...
He's going to try for up the inside. No, he's covering it.
That camera shot there just shows you the way that the camera of the circuit alters. We'll come round with 2 to go. As our pit lane camera looking around the paddock bend. It's a long way back. We're not even going to see Brett Barlow in third. He's...
that looks like a battle for 7th between Dan Spencer and Rick Owen, with Rick taking a look to the inside but not able to find a way through.
So Armitage is close enough. It's just a case of whether he's got the stones to have another go down the inside. He's not close enough this time. There's no back marker in there to take the over. Having said that, he's coming down the inside this time and he's done it. That's a great block pass by Luke Armitage. So he obviously felt that he'd got a little bit more in reserve last time, and if he just needed to get on the brakes, get level with him. So all of a sudden Armitage then starting to check out.
Yep, just getting past a little bit of traffic there. Route already dropping off a little bit there. Armitage still with the fastest lap. So we'll see what Armitage can do with clear track and see if he can run away with it.
Well, we're not going to see for long because he should be getting the last lap flag this time by. And there it is. So last lap then for Luke Armitage.
Route landing a little bit heavy on the front there.
Yeah.
Looks like he might be getting a bit tired.
Yeah, he has the look of a man that's blowing to me. And I can only say that as that's exactly how I would look. He's had a good go at the front. He's been under pressure from Armitage. And Armitage has obviously just shown him a clean pair of heels towards the end of the race. And he's like, yeah, OK, I just need to get to the end now.
Yeah.
It's been a decent length race. And they will be well tired.
Oh, that looks like the 56 of Lily Rhodes aboard her KTM 250.
Looks like she's just tipped off.
Yeah. Just get her off to the side of the track.
Electric start on that bike, so she'll get herself back on. But race leader then will come round and take the checkered flag.
Yeah, I think we just missed the checkered flag there.
He was in lap traffic as well, so. But it's going to be a win for Armitage then from Rolt. Is Brett Barlow going to get Brett Barlow's going to get third?
Yep, good ride from him.
That's a good ride from him. He'll be happy with that. And again, he's just finding his feet, not wanting to get too giddy. And the best thing that you can say to all of these newcomers in the paddock is that just learn your craft. You don't get many chances to fall off. It hurts when you crash. Motocross, you can tip off a little bit here and there, and obviously you don't want to be ending up on the ground over all these big jumps that the tracks tend to have now. But just getting a feel for everything before you start pushing on too hard. And
I think technique is a big thing with Supermoto as well.
It is. And
everyone finds their own sort of little nuances with it, but learning the basics, sort of being hard on that front brake, and having a bit of racecraft to you, it does come with time.
Yes, old age and treachery always wins to a point, and it does take a while to get that all working properly. So Armitage takes the win then from Caden Rolt. Third place there, 619 Brett Barlow on the Bathmate. I'm not sure it was a KTM or a Honda or a Husky, I'm not sure.
I think he's on a Husky.
I think he's on a Husky. Fourth then, Ollie Granger.
Then in fifth we have Sean Jones, Andrew Goodsell in sixth, and then seventh we have Dan Spencer, and then eighth Rick Owen.
Ninth place, Gavin Scaife, his bike doing double duty today with himself and the 666 of Darryl Pennington, who's going to be in the next race. 10th, John Oakes. 11th, Tommy Sayer. 12th, Lewis Cowper. And then Steve Smith, Max Rhodes, Lily Rhodes, and Darryl Brett. So 2 to go. The day goes really quickly. I'll have to admit, it never seemed to go this fast when I was racing regularly.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That's
does. What it is.
So is Brett Barlow. Is he going to commit the ultimate sin of taking his helmet off without his goggles?
Oh, I don't know how you do it.
Just there's our race fixture then. Luke Armitage. And the CFM, I think it is. Oh, there's Brett. Yeah, goggles are still on there, look. Oh, man. I'll give you some stick over that. But, yeah, there's also...
yeah, so Luke Armitage and...
getting their medals handed out. Kane and Rolt then taking second place. Brett Barlow, a well-deserved third, and our winner, Luke Armitage. It's fair to say that Brett is a unit, isn't he? But he saying earlier on, it's such hard work.
Yeah, I think he's also an ex-rugby player, so yeah.
Things that don't surprise me.
Yeah.
That is one of them. So British Supermoto B then brought to you by the guys at Race IQ, your one stop for race timing. Visit their website, raceiq.com, for all the details of everything that can do for you. And on pole in this one we will have the 138 of Paul Groom. This is the first time in a while that Groomy's not made it out of the B's into the A's at the end of the day. But just been one of them days on one of them tracks. So he's going to start from pole with Darryl Pennington and Duncan Wright rounding out the front row.
Row 2, we've got Simon Wadsworth, Jake Sayer and Paul Reynolds.
Then we've got Blaine Pearson, Ollie Sims and Peter Wadsworth. Shout out to Ollie Sims, he's been really, really good on that bike. Slept under the radar, not really had a lot of coverage off him, but he's ridden really, really well.
And then in row 4, we've got Chris Lambourne, Dave Spafford and Oliver Ross.
And row 5, Neil Meelan, Noel Guillory and Jason Slater.
And then on row 6, we've got Blake Wilson aboard that 85, Scott Wright, again making a return to racing after quite a few years out, and then Dax Almond and Andy Hayes, who have moved up from our B group.
So these guys then, final race of the day. In fact, there is the number 73 of Ollie Sims right on cue. He's come up off an 85, and he's been riding that as well today in the class that we haven't televised, just the one that race that we put in the break. So are we going to see something from Simon Wadsworth in this one? He's got a second row start, and he's got quite a lot of speed on a dry asphalt track, and he seems to be getting to grips with the off-road. But I think it's going to be Groomy or Pennington pops the clutch. He's gone back to 5th. So it is Paul Groom from Duncan Wright. Wadsworth's made a cracking start there, Sayer down the inside.
He got off lightly there.
Yeah, I will say that that's not the first time I've seen Jake Sayer do that, because that's exactly what he did to me at Teesside. But he got away with it. But like I say, it doesn't make much of a mistake to turn it into a bit of a nightmare. And that's cost Wadsworth a little bit of time, because Pennington snuck back through to second. Sims is there in about 6th or 7th. And there's Sayer coming through. Yeah, that was a proper big eyes moment there. The rest of them come through. Wilson's in there just in front of Peter Wadsworth. And there's the number 10, Paul Reynolds, just ahead of those group. But it is going to be Groomy that leads him across the line for the first time.
And we've got Blake Wilson there aboard his KTM 85, just there in front of Paul Reynolds.
So Simon Wadsworth was having a decent run in the B group at Teesside until he was unceremoniously put into the undergrowth by, we'll use the word teammate loosely, but it wasn't that. It was just one of them moments where two people needed the same bit of track and there wasn't enough room. Unfortunately, Chris Lambourne just skittled across the stones and took them both over the berm. So it'll be interesting to see whether he's got what it takes to go past Duncan Wright, and it'll look like it may already have done that. Meelan making a move down the inside of Ollie Sims. The rest of the field, there's Ollie Ross, the man from north of the border. So Wadsworth then, did he make that pass? I think he did. Well,
Yeah.
he's got a big gap now to try and make up onto the back of Darrell Pennington.
Yeah, Wadsworth looking very racy in this one. That knee-down style through the
Yeah.
off-road does make me giggle a little bit.
The only thing is that as long as he doesn't get too giddy with it. But like I say, first season on a big bike, and it is a nice one as well. So he's fortunate to have been doing it on good equipment, and he's the man that's carried our onboard camera. Whether we've got that on this time, we've had a few technicals with it. The signals here not great.
Yeah, Wadsworth with that knee-down style using all of the track. And as you say, if you've paid for it, use it.
Oh, yep. So Paul Groom then on the Trips.uk KTM, under pressure from number 666 on his back, Darrell Pennington on the Automotive Solutions Husky. Pounced off teammate Gavin Scaife. Like he said, annoyed that he's on faster on this bike than he has on his own. His own bike has a mechanical yesterday, so he'll be fighting to get that ready for Crail in the middle of next month.
Yeah, Darrell trying to get the pressure on the 138 of Groom, but not quite close enough to be able to make a move.
He is the fastest man on track according to our timing at the moment. Also having a decent ride, Chris Lambourne there in 5th. Ollie Sims a good 6th as well. So the youngster on the 250 KTM having a cracking ride as well. But it is Paul Groom on the Trips.uk KTM. Like I say, it'll be a change for him not to be staring at the back of Kyle Eccleston, who has made it through into the A group. And unfortunately, Groomy, having made a decent start, succumbed to Eccleston at the back straight, the bottom of the back straight, I think it was.
Got a battle here for 4th between Chris Lambourne and Duncan Wright. It looks like Lambourne has made the pass on that last lap as they head now down to the chicane. Lambourne pulling a little bit of a gap now on Wright.
So is Prof going to do what he did last week and try and put the hard word on teammate Simon Wadsworth? But Duncan Wright having a good run. Like I say, he's towards the sharp end of the Bs, having started off last year as a solid C Group rider who made the Bs maybe for the last race of the day. So he's definitely getting to grips with the tarmac, and I think he's doing okay in the Scottish Championship as well. And obviously a few of our northern lads up making the trip north of the border to ride in the Scottish Series. And there's that battle at the front. Wadsworth is on these guys.
He is. I think the time that he may be losing taking that outside line, he's definitely making up on using his corner speed.
Yeah, he's not got the confidence yet to do what you need to do to pop up that Bathmate step from the inside. So he's using the speed that he generates around the outside to get up and over it with no problems. And now he's just got to try and see if he can get onto the back of these guys. Now, if he does, I expect him to try and make a pass somewhere, because he hasn't got to the point yet where he's come across riders of this calibre.
He is our fastest man on track, though. So he's currently doing a 58.7, which is about 0.2 quicker than Darrell Pennington on board that number 14 borrowed bike from Gavin Scaife. So he has closed that gap up, but obviously being faster and being able to make a pass are two very different things.
So Groom then still away by almost a whole bike length at the front. It might even be 3 now, look. But this drying track then playing into the hands of the number 5 there in 3rd place. And I'm sure that the boys in the trailer doing the footage here will be enjoying this.
I think they may have enjoyed editing these crash last week a little bit more.
Yes, that did come out quite well. So Paul Groom then still just doing enough at the front of this one to hang on to the race lead. And I think that now that Daryl Pennington is going to be under pressure from Wadsworth, he might have to think twice about trying to make a pass for the lead. Oh, just plugged a little bit on landing there. And again, this is where a man who has little or no off-road experience just loses out, and you can see that step up from this other angle. It is it's a little bit more formidable than it looks from down from the camera position that we normally see it from, as the rest of the field come through. That was the 41 there, I think, of Noah Guillory.
Yeah, Wadsworth not quite close enough, I don't think, to Pennington to be able to make a move on this lap. I think he really does need to try and change it up a bit as they head through the off-road. I feel like that is where he's letting himself down. He's doing all the hard work on the tarmac and then just losing that little bit that he needs through the off-road, whereas both these two riders in front of him do have quite a lot of off-road experience.
You know as well as I do that there are things that people will do rather than change lines midway through a race, and he will just stick with what he knows rather than risk not getting up that step and a crash.
Well, we've just had actually a change for our fastest lap, and it goes to the 43 of Oliver Ross, who's currently sat in 6th position. So, a strong ride from him. He's currently chasing down the 311 of Jake Sayer, the rider that we saw have that wobble on lap 1.
So have we lost? We've lost Chris Lambourne. So Prof has gone down somewhere. But yeah, so Ollie Ross then, another guy from north of the border, the racing and cruising crew. I think he's on a 450 Honda, and he had a big off yesterday in either free training or time training.
There's Chris Lambourne there, just in shot. He's currently sat in 13th behind the 26th of Peter Wadsworth, so looks like he's had a little bit of a bobble. Yeah,
so he's gone down. So Prof has just tipped off somewhere. Well, this is just like a slow boiling kettle, this, isn't it? You're just waiting for something to happen. Paul Groom looks like he's doing just enough, not taking any risk.
So,
but it'll be a long race.
Keep an eye on our timing. Again, Oliver Ross, the man on the move, just now up to 5th. So I believe he started 12th for this race. So great ride from him so far. Wadsworth has gone fastest lap again, so he's closed the gap this time. And again, you just get the other perspective of how long that downhill straight is. They're going to start getting into traffic in the next couple of laps, and this is where I would expect that Paul Green would probably be the better of these three, but obviously he's going to get there first. Oh, this is going to be tight here. Wadsworth again goes to the outside, but he just doesn't carry the speed, and Paul Groom's motocross experience carrying him way over that step up. Takes a lot of curb on the way into there, but not on the way out, because that's usually a recipe for disaster. And the same here. We saw Jay Smith spin up there quite badly last year and end up on the floor. Yeah, Greamy's managed this race really, really well. So he's been kept honest by Daryl Pennington for almost the entire race. But again, riding his own race, riding ahead of himself. I wouldn't say he's riding overly defensive. Yeah, when we say riding ahead of him, he's not worried about the fact, he's just worried about getting his lines right and making a good lap, rather than worried about the fact that Pennington's going to show him a front wheel in every corner. You kind of get a sense of that, especially when the sun's out. There's one of the tracks that we race at, I'm trying to think which one it is, where there's a place that is certainly towards the end of the day, one of those places where if anybody's right on you, you can see their shadow as you get into the braking point, and you know that if there's nobody behind you, because there's no shadow, you can just take a bit more of a wide line into the turn and eke out a better lap time. But Groomy not shutting the door, he's just riding nice lines. They're starting to ease away again from Wadsworth a little, and as a result of that, you can see there just at the bottom of the shot, looks like Oliver Ross is now all over the back of the 111 of Duncan Wright as well. So he's made up some time in those last couple of laps. I think the gap between them was around 2 seconds, and it looked a lot closer than that time by.
So 2 to go, and so Groomy making a nice job of the jump there. But, the 2 different approaches to that jump, and Groomy just pinning it, and Darryl Pennington just clearing the top, trying to land it inch perfect, but he's just not able to do anything. Wadsworth's give this one up, I think. Yeah,
he's dropped off a little bit now. He's not quite pushing the issue with Pennington like he was doing.
Probably the longest race that he's ever done. Unless he's got a secret Isle of Man pedigree that I know nothing about. You can see when that the track there kicking in from the side just makes that straight less of a straight than it really needs to be. But Groomy then, he's led this one for the whole of the race.
Our timing showing that Oliver Ross is now up to 4th, so he has found a way past the 111 of Duncan Wright. So we'll see as they cross the line. So that is our 3rd place Simon Wadsworth.
We've got the checkered flag. So we maybe got a lap short there, or we missed a lap somewhere, but anyway, that's it. It is done. Paul Groom has taken the checkered flag from Pennington, from Wadsworth. This is the battle further down the field. It looked like that was
Blaine Pearson and Blake Wilson. They're battling to the line.
Well, Blaine Pearson's a decent performer, so Wilson has ridden out of his skin there.
Blaine Pearson is an elite rider. So,
well, we could say what you're mucking about at, but look, he's a busy lad. He spends a lot of time with Liam now riding, and he is the epitome of a hobby racer. To be fair to Blaine, he comes and enjoys the fun, and yes, he's made the elite class on numerous occasions. But difficult track this. Jake Sayer then, a decent recovery. But there's our race results then by Race IQ. Really, Supermoto B, final race of the day, was a win for the 138 Trips.uk KTM of Paul Groom. 2nd, the 666 Husqvarna of Darryl Pennington. 3rd place, number 5, Trips.uk KTM of Simon Wadsworth. And 4th, the 43 Racing and Cruising Honda of Oliver Ross.
Then in 5th we have the Scotsman 111 of Duncan Wright, followed by the 311 of Jake Sayer, who we saw have that wobble on lap 1. Then we've got Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds in 7th, followed by Blaine Pearson in 8th.
And then 9th place we've got, like I say, very good ride there from Blake Pearson on that 85. 10th place Neil Meelan. 11th place Peter Wadsworth. 12th place Dave Spafford. Hat tip to Dave Spafford, because that bike's almost as old as me, and he did say he was thinking about changing that. 13th after a tumble then Chris Lambourne. Then coming up from the C group, 14th Dax Almond, 15th Noah Guillory, and 16th Andy Hayes.
And then I think we also had the 323 of Scott Wright, rounding out our final B race of the day.
Right then, so this is our final race of the day under blue skies?
Nearly blue skies. There's still some
whatever
clouds.
I say, it's not going to matter. Brought to you by Trips.uk then. British Supermoto A Race 3. Chris Hodgson then, the man of the moment. But are we going to see Richard Sharp? I feel that with the conditions as they are, I think that Hodge is going to be able to, if he gets the start, boss this race. But let's not forget what we got.
We've got a reverse grid. So on pole, I believe we have the 54 of Richard Blakeman.
So a big hug there by his brother, but Simon Wadsworth getting on the podium. He will be like a dog with the proverbials there. And again takes his helmet off without his goggles off. We need to talk to these people. So Wadsworth then taking an excellent 3rd. Paul Groom then, he's well happy with 2nd in that one, as is on the far end the 666. Oh, we've got all of our race results up there.
So
of Darryl Pennington.
For our final A group race, we do have a reverse grid. So on our first row will be the 54 of Richard Blakeman, alongside him teammate Oliver Holmes, and then the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. Row 2 will be the 217 of Richard Sharp, the 94 of Lee Williams, and the 7 of Jamie Duncan. And then on row 3 will be 33 of Jay Smith, Chris Hodgson, and then the 110 of Chris Eastwood.
Yeah, we can't do the auto-generated grid from this one because it all comes from the live timing, and this is just a bit of a hooky, well, we'll do it like this. It adds excitement sometimes. Yeah.
I think we'll both be sat on our hands for this one,
Yeah,
Phil.
this is going to be like... ugh. We saw Lee Williams have a moment. To be fair, that was... I don't really... I've watched that through a few times, and it was 6.5 a dozen. It's just a shame it happened in front of everybody else. It could have just as easily happened with him off row 3. But... so it is going to be... It's going to be a tough one. Now, I will say, this time last year, I spoke to Alex Mullaney, who was having a bit of a bum day, and I said to him, look, you've got the speed, you've got a good bike, you're riding well, you just need a little bit of a break, and hopefully you'll be right. And he had a really, really good ride in the reverse grid final, and Automotive Solutions with him, Chris Hodgson, and Storm Stacey locked out the podium. And by his own admission, or by Chris's admission, he gave in to Chris too easy, showed him too much respect. But I think he could have hung on to. Certainly could have hung on for the front a bit longer. So we'll see what he can do. There's Kyle Eccleston on the back row of the grid. That's the view that Paul Groom has had for most of this weekend. So final race of the weekend then. Here we go. We're away. And let's see who's going to get the drop as they go over the hill for the first time in Spatasi. It's Richard Sharp then, from Mullaney, from Blakeman, from Smith.
Smith's making a great move around the outside alongside the 7 of Jamie Duncan.
Hodgson already in there as well. Oh, that was nearly. I think he got a nudge from behind there. That was not him. Smith down the inside to third. Hodgie inside of Duncan. Oh, it's all happening.
Yeah,
sorted itself out good and proper.
Some great passes on this first lap of our final A race of the day.
So everybody at the front, and obviously, and we're aware that at the moment, Richard Sharp is 2 for 2. He's a Sunday man.
Yep, he's going well. So it looks like the two Richards are breaking away ever so slightly at the front as they head into their off-road section for the first time.
So the key to this race is going to be how long is it going to take Chris Hodgson and Jay Smith to start putting pressure on the guys at the front. Is Chris Hodgson going to get past Jay and make a run? He's currently sat there in 4th as Sharpie then goes into the turn that we saw him fall at last time. There's a bit of a look down at the bike.
Yeah, we've seen some cracking overtakes all weekend, so I think it'll be really important to see who can get those passes made early on in this race.
So Chris is going to come down the inside of Jay. Oh, that's a pass. Really moved him over there. So that's the pass that Jamie Duncan tried and failed, but Hodgie just managed to get on the brakes and move over and stop the run of Jay Smith back around the outside. So that's Hodgson then up to third. Duncan's going to want to get by as well. Jay won't be too worried about Chris Hodgson though, because it's a points battle that Hodgie's not in at the moment. So Sharp then from Blakeman, and Hodgson, and the number 7 Jamie Duncan. He had a good day yesterday and he's riding as good as he ever has. Fair to say that the standard at the front of these races is at a level where we've got any one of 6 riders can take a win. Mullaney's there in 6th. Ollie Holmes having a great ride in 7th.
So there is our current race leader, the 217 of Richard Sharp. He's currently got the fastest lap with a 54.4. So again, he's just gone even faster on that lap. So he's really pushing at the front, finding all the grip that is out there at this Rowrah circuit.
He will know that he's got to get his finger out and put a gap. He will know that he can't just sit there. He'll know that Hodgie's coming. He'll know that Jay's coming. He'll probably think that he's got them two covered, but he knows he's not got Hodgie covered, and he's got to make the gap while he can. Another mistake from Hodgson. Took the front on the way out the corner. Just held it up on his foot. So Richard Sharp's fastest lap shows intent to me. He wants to make it 3 for 3.
Yeah. Jamie's really going to have to try and find a way past the 33 of Jay Smith if he's got any hopes of trying to chase the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, who we all know knows this circuit like the back of his hand.
He's probably only because he's looked at it on a map. He doesn't ride here that often. You heard him say on the podium, look, he's an 18-time champion. He's raced here an awful lot. But like I say, he doesn't get a chance to race here any more than we do. So what's the gap from... we'll keep an eye on the gap from Hodgson to Richard Sharp. No disrespect to Richard Blakeman, but he's in there filling in the gap, and he's hanging in a great second place. 2.4 seconds from Sharp back to Chris Hodgson. Fastest lap that time by Chris Hodgson.
Yeah, Chris doing a 54.2 on that last lap. So he's now trying to chase down the 54 of Richard Blakeman.
So Duncan then, he's going to have to put a move on Jay. And Jay's going to be, like we said before, he's just riding a little bit smarter. Not pushing too hard, riding for a championship.
Jamie looks like that if he could make a pass, I feel like he'd pull a gap, but he's looking racy. He just can't find a way around. He's trying to go to the outside and then cut back. Oh, it looks like, did Jay miss a gear?
Oh, Jay's got a puncture. Puncture for Jay Smith.
Oh, that's a real shame. He's running great all weekend.
So, that's really going to throw the cat among the pigeon for the points. A DNF for the man from London. So all of a sudden then, Jamie Duncan has got a chance to close the gap. Although, let's have a look. The gap, Hodgson fastest again. Gap is down to 1.3. He's closing in.
Yeah, the
it's never
gap
over
between
till it's over.
Hodgson and Duncan now 3.5 seconds. So that little hold up there with Smith. Jamie's really going to have to put the hammer down in these next few laps to see if he can close that gap back up to the number one of Chris Hodgson and this leading pack.
So if you, next time by, we look at the off-road section, you look at the landing on that dirt jump, and obviously there's the X marks the spot hole. There's also another one a little bit further along, and I think this is what's caught Jay Smith out, because that it's not the takeoff that does it, although that is quite brutal, I suppose. But I think he's just landed and caught that hole, the edge of that hole. We'll just see if we can see it on the view as they come over. Blakeman's still there in second. So there's the hole there that they're clear, but there's another one slightly over to the side of that, and I'm wondering if that's what Jay's hit and just landed in that hole, and that's taken him out of the race. These are the things that you have to think about. And
Hodgson looking like he's landing a move up on the fat and fast KTM of Richard Blakeman. Richard there trying to cover the inside, but Hodgson being smart about it. He's not forcing the issue. Not yet, anyway.
No, he'll still know that there's plenty of time left in this race. And he'll know that Richard Sharp is not disappearing up the track. So he'll want to make this pay. This is the place to have the camera. We can get Richard Sharp into there just like that the next lap. You will see the ultimate Supermoto slide from our race leader on the Trips.UK KTM Husky. Sorry. What's the gap?
So the gap across the line was 0.9 to Richard Sharp and 0.4 to Richard Blakeman.
Jamie Duncan then tailed off at the back of this one. He's going to be fourth unless one of these guys spills it. 6 to go. Richard Sharp will know this is going to be the longest 6 laps of his life, apart from the longest 6 laps at Three Sisters and the longest 6 laps at Teesside. But he has ridden fantastically well all year, and let's make no bones about it. It's not a TM.
You can see they're absolutely sideways into that paddock bend here at Rowrah.
He won at Teesside on the wet bike of Chris Walker. That was certainly nothing special. So he's getting everything out of that. There's that big hole there. Look, that's exactly what's caught Jay Smith out. So that's why the send and flat land is probably the best way to go. Counting down
that
the
looked
laps.
like that was, I think it was Chris Walker trying to make a move on Craig Forshaw there as they entered paddock bend on that split screen there.
So this is tense. We've got Chris Hodgson, who's going to want to make a statement. He's going to want to win 3 races at his home circuit. He needs the race wins, and with a DNF for Smith, that's one of the races that he's down, that he's got back. So he's not going to want to give this one up. Richard Sharp's not had a great day today. He crashed in the previous one. I think he's had a fourth and a fifth, or a fourth and a sixth. So even if he wins this one, he might struggle to be on the podium. We'll have to see, because I think it is going to be Hodgie from, as it stands now.
I think
Hodgie from
Duncan.
Hodgie from JD. Yeah, I think Richard will be third. Because obviously Jay's DNF has done for him, and I think that Richard Blakeman, we lost Richard Blakeman in one, and he finished 8th or 9th in either race 1 or race 2. I've got the results here somewhere, but I've not got time to take my eyes off it as they make their way past our A Group debutant Luke Helm. So all to play for. 3 to go. Baxter been off again by the looks of it. Pulls off to the side of the track. So line astern then, 3 to go. Richard Blakeman, let's give that guy a shout. He's a quality rider. He's coming under pressure from one of the best in the business, and he's not cracking. Hodgson is he going to want to force the issue? He looks to me like he's just like, you know what? I'm going to take the win. I'm not going to force it. Is he just going to let Richard Blakeman make the move on Richard Sharp? Just a little bit of a bobble there from Sharpie. Blakeman tries to get up the inside. 2 to go. Yeah, it looks like our lap counter clicked up instead of down there, so I think we've got I think this will be last lap this time by. It will be bad news if Richard Sharp's just got to keep going until our lap counter reaches the countdown, but he's still hanging on at the front. He's riding an excellent race. Blakeman has not had the chance to show him a wheel anywhere. Backs it in, and this is where you can see the differences in style. Let's have a look. Are we getting the last lap flag this time by? No, we are not. So it might be next time then. Hodgson not as close this time. Maybe our lap counter was incorrect at the start of the race. We never know. What we will know is that when the bloke in the middle of the track puts the last lap flag out, it will be the last lap, and whatever our timing says. It's the man with the flag that matters. So Sharpie then are going to come up on that looks like that's Jack Nation. All these lads, there's blue flags out there. Hodgson just sat off the back of this bunch now, not wanting to take any risks. We'll get Danielle as Nation then takes. Still no last lap flag. So maybe we were short a couple of laps and it was set for 12 for the Bs and not 14 for the As. And that's something that's been adjusted from race control. We'll find out, but we'll just enjoy the action. Here's Blakeman coming and having a go. Is he going to have a run? Not quite close enough. Blakeman's not going to give up this win. As we get the, I'll say the shadows are lengthened. It's nice to have shadows. Blakeman will be waiting for the front mudguard of that blue TM in his armpit as he tips into the corner at St John's, but it's not going to come. Last lap then, surely this time. It is. This race seems like it's gone on forever, but what a race it's been. Richard Sharp on the Trips.uk KTM. Blakeman on the Fat and Fast KTM. And our double race victor already. Our 18-time champion Chris Hodgson. So this is it then. Is Blakeman going to make a move? He's not. He might know that he's got a little bit of breathing room, and he'll take that second place and look over the shoulder from Sharpie. He'll be hoping he's put enough fuel in that bike. Or just runs it a little bit deep. But this is going to be enough. Blakeman's not close enough to put a pass in down the hill. And this is going to be 3 for 3 for Richard Sharp. And by my rudimentary maths, that's got to give him the championship lead. What an excellent race from Richard Sharp. Hodgie pulls a wheelie. He's happy to take third and overall victory. But I think that will be Chris Hodgson, Jamie Duncan and Richard Sharp will be our podium overall on the day. What a belting race. Fastest lap from Chris Hodgson then. But nobody will remember that. They'll just remember the man that won it. And yet again it is the 217 of Richard Sharp. Duncan will take fourth. Mulaney takes fifth. Then it's Oliver Holmes, Lee Williams, Peter Bennett. A good ride from Bennett because he was way back on the grid. 9th place Chris Eastwood. 10th place Dean Hillier. Hillier having a good ride. And then the 155 of Chris Walker at 11th. 12th Craig Forshaw. As they come across the line, we'll wait for the official results. But what a fantastic race. Blakeman then waving. The 24 there, Paul Baxter. He's had a couple of offs today, but he's cutting his teeth in the big boys class and showing that he's more than justifying in being there. So here we have then our official race results. It is a win again. Sunday man extraordinaire Richard Sharp on the 217. Trips.uk, Husqvarna. He takes victory. A narrow victory by just over a quarter of a second from the Fat and Fast KTM of Richard Blakeman, who pushed him all the way. 3rd place then, and just sitting back off and letting these guys fight it out and taking the overall victory for the day. 18-time champion Chris Hodgson. 4th place Jamie Duncan. He will take 2nd place on the podium, hopefully, on that Contract Solutions KTM. Then it's a good 5th for Alex Mulaney, a brilliant 6th for Oliver Holmes. That's got to be his best result here at Rowrah. 7th for Lee Williams, 8th for 110 Chris Eastwood, 9th place 79 Peter Bennett, and 10th place Dean Hillier. And then the rest of the riders come through. 58 Craig Forshaw having 11th. He's had a really good weekend. 12th 155 Chris Walker on the Trips.uk KTM. 13th son of our race winner Richard Sharp, Harley Sharp on the 817. 14th Seth Gibson, who was right on his tail. 15th Jack Nation. 16th Kyle Eccleston. So what a cracking day. Cracking day's racing we've got. Hopefully we'll have our podium guys down there, and there they are right on cue. We'll have Danielle down there with the mic, and there's the man of the moment, Richard Sharp. Chris Hodgson looking like he's done a day's work, but he's riding himself back into to fitness, and he'll be happy with 2 wins and a 3rd to take the overall. With the TM leads 450, so we'll go down to Danielle in pit lane.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here.
We're here, aren't we?
We're here.
We're here. So here with the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. It was a 3rd in that one. I think it'd still be enough for the overall for today, though.
It was a case of just riding with my head there. There was a bit of a gap to bridge to Blakeman and Sharpie. Managed to get it, and I thought about it a couple of times with Blakeman. Then I just thought, you know what, I only need to sit where I need to sit for the overall win, and I think we're going to have to start calling Sharpie the reverse grid king. I think that's 3 out of 3 for him now. So
yeah, we did say at the start of that one that the key to the race was going to be making all those overtakes early on, and you did do that. You made a lot of overtakes from, I think it was the 3rd row on the grid you started. Yeah,
I mean, it was just a case of keeping my nose clean on the first lap, and then being opportunistic whenever there was a door open, so made that work to my advantage, and yeah, got to 3rd and had a comfortable race.
Yep, so that should be an overall win for you, which is definitely some much needed points for you in the overall Trips UK British Championship. But again, see what you can do in round 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So we'll grab a quick word with Richard Blakeman. So first time on the podium this weekend.
This year. This year.
Well, we could definitely hear you. You were wanting that race win. We could hear you coming round here.
I think Richie were tiring probably the last 2 to 3 laps, and then me and Chris caught him back up. Had a shouting one here with him, and he just unsettled him. No, it was good. I loved. It's been really good this weekend. I've been on the pace, so that's been the main thing.
Yeah, and it's definitely a physical track, so you don't feel like fitness let you down anywhere this weekend?
No, the fitness has been all right because you're always turning, you're always on the brakes. A lot of changing, a lot of front brake.
So that wedding prep's having a good payoff then?
No, I've been away for nearly a month. Went to Disney. So yeah, but no, it's been good. I've been back on my push bike a little bit more, and but no, I've really enjoyed it. I'm glad the weather stayed dry. We had a bit of a spitting moment this morning, but it's stayed dry, which is quite good.
It has, so we have been very lucky with the weather, especially for our A group. And then again, Reverse Grid King is now what you're being titled. Done it again.
I like the reverse grid bit, looks of it, yeah. We're good, it's been good all day. So close between us top 6 riders. So yeah, brilliant to finish it off with a win. Really happy.
Yeah, we got some absolutely cracking shots of you heading around and absolutely sideways. Absolute Supermoto perfection round there. Anything you could have done to improve?
Well, I had a little spin the second one, which might have affected me overall, but yeah, apart from that, I'll say I'm in one piece, bike's good, so yeah, we're all good. Good for Crail. Sound?
Yeah, we're all ready for Crail, so it will be round 4 held up in Scotland, and you'll be able to catch all the action from that. It is on the 22nd and 23rd, and make sure you're following us on Instagram, Facebook and TNL Sports on YouTube for all the action there, and we will see you at round 4.
Yeah.